All right, so I started another one because it was already like over 5 hours. 857-346-9591. I'm not in a private conversation with you. I'm not in a private relationship with you. I never told you to put me in an internet prison and block everyone from talking to me. You're not random people on the internet. I don't know if this is actually Lester or not, or someone pretending to be Lester from the shelter on this fake Facebook that I can't even find online. So, what's the chances that's actually Lester's Facebook page? I would say it's probably not, since he doesn't even know how to use his cell phone. And that was a year ago. Anyways, some of the stuff is like possible because it's all like retweets. He's not typing anything. And I don't think there's a talk feature into typing on Facebook. So, anyway, I really haven't been using this because it's clearly like a complete internet prison. And because of these people's mental disorder, I feel really uncomfortable using it now. Because they keep trying to make themselves think and believe that I want to be in a prison with them. They're grossly insane. It's like whacked out sex offenders, and then they get fucking pissed and say all this fucked up shit. It runs the gamut of their fucking mental disorders. It's more than one person, it's your fucking military. But they're like really out there grossly insane. And that's one of the things, like when the other Facebook, I tried to do Rumble, and then all of a sudden it went, this video's set to private. The fuck it is. So, anyways, I do like to type, but obviously that you don't even want to type anything. You just go. That's why you go. The only way you ever would have plausibly done anything like that is how you were doing it before. But their insanity gets worse and worse, where they keep trying to make a fantasy real, and it's never going to be real. So, I had a fiance. Right, you go, especially when you can't tell me if a person is fucking living or dead, and you're the military, you're the governor. I mean, really? It was bad enough about children, housing, children, and income. All of those things had an excuse, not the ability to track a person, not the ability to make other people answer your fucking question. Like, Jesus Christ. Enough is enough. I'm not saying the cops are involved in this bullshit about what I saw in Dedham District Court, too. You go, that might go on for a month and the cops are going to stop fucking doing it. We are not arresting people for drinking a fucking beer and then they're forced to call family members they don't want anything the fuck to do with. No, we're not doing that. Well, hopefully, I don't know about hopefully killing people. It's sad when it comes to that, but um, the other thing too is they choose to do this stuff, not I'm saying they should do it. It's just like when they told everybody that people were dying from these fentanyl overdoses. It's cancer. They give people that to die so they're not suffering, not they're drug addicts. And it was like record numbers of it. And then they stopped reporting it. I'm sure it's way more now than it was then. You just go, what on earth? People were already dying from cancer, obviously. You just go, people weren't dying. Fentanyl is not a recreational drug. I don't know if people know that. It's not a recreational drug. It's used to put people down with so they don't suffer. I know you just when they said opiates, okay, like if people were using heroin and overdosing, a lot of people probably committing suicide, but all these fentanyl overdoses, that's cancer. They clearly are in a denial. Like they're putting fentanyl overdose on a death certificate instead of cancer. That's what I'm telling you. That is my dead set belief. It wasn't really clicking in my mind before, but when you see actual things and then they refuse to fucking talk to you about it, that is what they're doing. I'm dead set fucking convinced of it. So clearly there was an issue with people dying from cancer even before they started doing this with the nukes. You just go, clearly it's going to get worse. That was before people started mad driving. They were already dying from cancer from the driving and an extinction. Fentanyl overdoses. I've met a lot of drug addicts. They're not using fentanyl. Patrick. Patrick said him and his baby mama both overdosed and almost died because whatever a batch or something. That was someone trying to kill you. Like, I just remember him telling me about it, going, sometimes drug dealers will do that, and then drug addicts actually want that drug. Patrick, they want a drug that's going to kill them, then they're suicidal. That doesn't make any sense, bro. People were trying to kill you people there. I explained it because Joanne overdosed, Darlene overdosed. People were trying to kill you. Not that's a drug that people take. Like, some of you all have underlying mental health conditions and you've got to snap out of it. Like, that was a fun game to try to kill you and then not can you at the same fucking time. And then send you right back to the shelter because they were getting mentally sick. It's a whole different police department now. Right? Just obviously all that shit was reported. This is all I do is run my fucking mouth. So, yeah, those people are trying to kill you, not their drug dealers. Okay, so I told people last time, April, not to take cigarettes from people. Remember that? And then it started downpouring because I was worried about Brian because he takes cigarettes out of ashtrays and shit. I announced it on this thing. I think hopefully I was still viewable on the internet. She remembered what I said. Right. I was like, whatever you do, don't take cigarettes from people around here. Right. Just Pete, someone said that to me in Quincy, like, God, probably around 2016. Someone said that to me. He was like, yeah, no, I never take this. I'm really leery about that. And I am kind of like that myself. And I'm like, yeah. I mean, people with the rolled cigarettes and in particular, you just go, yeah, that's probably wise. He was probably one of the people doing it. That's why he said it to me. I'm not one of the people doing it, April. Just don't take cigarettes from people around here. It's like a warning. And the downpours to douse all the ciggy butts. So don't get mad if people go around emptying all those ashtrays or pouring liquid into them. Even a regular person could pour liquid into it, so someone like Brian can't do that. They're not trying to help you quit smoking, Brian. They're trying to make sure someone doesn't fucking murder you. Bracelet, you're not even supposed to be fucking drinking. Why can't he drink? He's an adult man. Then he said that you were courting for marriage, and I go, that's crazy. Okay? That's called mental insanity, running the fuck around Quincy Center trying to kill people. Even when you explain to them a fucking bracelet, he was like, why can't he drink? He's an adult man. But it's crazy to court someone for marriage. Someone that fucking insane. What if he's mentally retarded? That bracelet is supposed to get him to stop drinking. He gets sick when he drinks. It makes him vomit. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, I told you, you people are completely fucking damned. I don't know if they're supposed to be giving people those vitriol shots or not. But it makes him sick. and he's still fucking drinking. And this person keeps encouraging him to fucking drink. And every morning he's vomiting like that. You people are hella insane. You deserve to be fucking killed out there and out there and over there and under here. Fucking feel bad for you. No. That's the only person that disgusting thing can dominate. I need you to step out of the room. You deserve to fucking die. I explained it. There's a whole fucking legion of these things. Oh, they're mentally retarded, all right. But they're not like Brian and other mentally retarded people because they were never put into a program for mentally retarded people. They're smart. And part of their smartness is they're taught to be more and more fucking violent and aggressive towards people. So obviously, the meekest of all fucking people would be mentally retarded people that were put into programs. So those are going to be the first bunch of people that these fucking actual retarded animals dominate. Because other people punch them in the fucking face. They punch them in the face. They draw a fucking knife. I guess some of them actually get arrested for punching someone in the fucking face. Not they go, oh no, she's nice. Okay, so they're saying this dude that was shot dead was killed by his own fucking brother. That's how much they have a family bond, these fucking people. This is Plymouth. Unless they're dying from cancer, but it says his 20-year-old brother shot him dead at 27. Are they all brothers? 20, 24, 26, and 27. They could be all brothers. How are they all living in a house with the disabled guy who has one leg, by the way? Is that their grandfather or their father? That's what I wanted to know. But I mean, it seems like most of these stories are made up. They're not even fucking true, which gets uber annoying. Yeah, like it gets to the point where everything is fake and a secret message and a lesson. I don't know. It becomes, you don't know anymore. And clearly, I'm just not in one of those moods, to be honest with you. Just this fucking shit with the Twitter again. Just to destroy my friggin' 4 days of carbs and rest. I knew they did it before, and it dawned on me it was probably last month during Carb Week because that would be the time it would bother me the most. Get it? Okay. Just anything that is preventing me from, I don't know what it is they think I'm going to do. Am I going to have a nervous breakdown? Am I going to stop smiling? Am I going to scream into the camera? I don't think they know. other than they have dementia and it's snarl, claw, spit. I know you just go, is there a military operation going on this week? Like, why is the Twitter banned again? For laughing during the ring, too. Well, I mean, I guess the good news is their life is clearly in the fucking toilet if they're getting more and more angry and desperate. They haven't told us yet if this guy that's disabled is related to them or they moved themselves into his house. I mean, so far you're talking about 4, 5, 6 young black people in a house with the white disabled guy with one fucking leg in Brockton. So yeah, you go, it, what is that? Is he your father, your grandfather? How are you in his house? Like, why did they have to remove him from the house after the shooting? Were they living off of his disability check? Well, it would be sad if he was giving homeless people shelter, but I mean, why would you guys have a firearm and then kill one of you? That's that sound like anybody's still doing topics and learning how to be a human being, or just when is this going to end? You can't you can't stop the human race. No, like we come pre-programmed. It's a species with everybody has a different personality. We're a unique being. We don't do each other's roles. No, we don't have roles. Nope. That's called the caste system. You might want to look it up. Right here, just go bloop and type in caste system. Okay, and you will see that that's an actual thing. So you'll see that this was going on in what's called medieval. Okay. Well, this is a way to accurately record history that the animals don't, they can distort it, but not completely because it's almighty. Once you know what a caste system is, then you go, okay, so this definitely has happened before. And the historians don't record it. They don't write it down because their brains are gone at the time and they think everything's normal. Just like now. Do you see that on your television? Oh my God, everybody's gone mad. Everybody thinks they're in a cast. No, they're probably done with a made up thing where everyone's going to become enlightened since most of them are getting dumber. Like they put their children in a room and then all that came out of their mouths was gook. And I'm sure that was wicked disturbing. That's not how you become knowledgeable. Nope. I didn't put myself in a room. That's how sick you people are. I didn't put myself in a room. That's not how you become a human being. These people were originally told to put drug addicts into a room for a year, to put them in housing and then see if they're able to get off of drugs and stop going. They've got to get off the drugs as an excuse for why you have all these homeless people. Not you tell them to work after a year, and that's a workforce. You're fucking insane. You didn't even put them in their own housing. I didn't say rooms at the time, by the way. I said housing. Ask Dr. Zing. You were told to give them housing, get them out of those fucking shelters and off the street. Not do what you things are doing. Oh, yeah, and then you get rid of me. You are so ill. The high priest. What? I need you to step out of the room. What the fuck? I am the high priest, right? I'm not the highest priest. Why is it August C star then if I'm not the high fucking priest? Why is the high priest going like this? Like that means something. A fucking fingerprint, an eye, a horse. August C star. Who? That's a fucking high priest, right? Yeah, it is. Let's check. Along with the cup that you don't possess. High priest of Israel. Head of the Israelite priesthood. Non Mary, haha. What is this? Now I'm distracted by this. He played a unique role in the worship conducted in the tabernacle and later in the temple of Jerusalem, as well as some non ritual. I had to click on it. Now you go. Like all priests, he was required to be descended from Aaron. That's what I told you, that Aaron is a priest. Anointed with the holy oil. I was just about to say, because God was just saying this. Should a person have to know what jojoba oil is? Like, should a person have to know why they were told to oil the tables? I'm asking. That's for other people to determine. That's a question. Should the high priest know why they were told to oil the tables or what jojoba oil is? What about what was it? Is it basil? Like basil cells? Remember that basiophilic? Should the high priest have to know that? Well, I'm asking because I used to go to church. I mean, I had the internet, I watched TV. I never remember anybody talking about that. I have no idea if that's something they talk about at Shabbat, if they talk about it at the, what's it called? The synagogue. Should the high priest have to know what that's about? Why are we putting oil on the table? Or it's a mystery? Nothing, just I was having like recall of stuff from 2011 you don't even want to know. I mean, just is this even true? He also offered a meal offering twice daily on behalf of himself and the whole priesthood. It's probably about jojoba oil, so they keep talking about the holy anointing oil. Is that why the Pope quit? Because the jojoba oil? There's got to be something where they went jojoba oil. What the? I wasn't actually talking about this, but I was talking about your entire Christian doctrine. Okay, so let's see. They don't want to call it the high priest. I know you just go. You have to go to the wiki. It says high priest in the wiki. Trust me. Okay, so do 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 do. What are we gonna call it? The Pontiff Maximus. Okay. The Pontiff Maximus was the chief high priest of the College of Pontiffs in ancient Rome. And here comes the weirdness. There you go. All right. Da, 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 da. Was the most important position in ancient Roman religion. Plebitan? Plebeian? Does that mean blood? Only open to patricians until when a plebeian first held the position. I know it sounds like blood, doesn't it? The plebeian. The most powerful office in the Roman priesthood. So everybody wants to be that because it's powerful. Until they realize that then they think you're the human sacrifice. Then no one wants to be that. I thought you were going to depersonalize into me and then be the next human sacrifice. A distinctly religious office under the early Roman Republic, it gradually became politicized until beginning with Augustus. Was su- subsumed into the position of emperor, was it, in the Roman imperial period? Right. So it gradually became politicized until beginning with Augustus. It's what? Oh, it's 2 5 star. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's this? Starting to be that time of the year. There's nothing really wrong with it. It's just when you're used to quiet, all of a sudden you go. I lived on 4 acres of land, so I'm really kind of like, yeah, a jerk. I would never like say anything or call the cops or anything, but I'm just, yeah. I'm used to living not even with cars like this. Obviously, I grew up over there, but when I was in my house, it was on 4 acres of land, and there was like no houses around me, so it seemed like more. And that's what I definitely prefer. I would go mad if I stopped to think about all this. Like, this is I'm not on the street, and it's not even a house I'm renting. Like, it's just so there's certain things that cocoon me from that level of agitation. It's different when you're actually a homeowner, and all of a sudden you go, "There's no way to stop all this traffic like this." Oh yeah, I would never buy a house here and stay here and keep paying property taxes and shit. And people keep telling me they can't do anything about those cars driving through here like that. They had their dog killed as soon as they moved in here because it got out of the house once. Right? Just you couldn't have a children here. It's too dangerous. It's not about don't let the children out front. You're gonna live in Pet Cemetery. Yeah, I mean, these people, whoever decided to fix up this house and sell it, they were doomed from the beginning. It's just by luck, probably, that these people are even renting it. They probably should have said, "We're not going to pay that much." But it is what it is now. They're stuck in it. But they could never sell this house. And I don't know if those people realized it coming from where they were coming from. I had children. No one with children would buy this house. And you go, who's going to rent a house you're advertising as a 4 bedroom house and you want that much money? No one with children would rent this house. It's too dangerous. You have water in the back and you have a highway in the front where people are insane. And it's constant noise night and day. No one with children would rent or buy this. So then you go, you get it? It's not a house that just two people would choose because it's all chopped up bedrooms and stuff. There's no point of it. So once the traffic started like that, if this was a family, they sold it and left for a reason. Yeah, just whoever thought they were going to buy up a house and it was basically you've got to force people out of a different house. You just go, there was not this much noise at that other house, but this was the problem in that neighborhood. I wouldn't want to live there. You'd probably rather have cars. Oh yeah, that was turning into it was like fucking LA. Like you're living in fucking straight out of Compton all of a sudden. After 50 something years in a fucking house, you just go, what is going on? They move them in on purpose, like to disturb your fucking peace, and they're all the same. Remember that? The people in the back with the fucking music battling the people in the front with the music and the yelling. They're animals. Like animals in a jungle. Loud music, loud talking, louder talking. I wouldn't want to be on that street anymore. given what was going on the last 6 months of being there. People call people jungle bunnies for a reason, you know. I don't want to be the fuck around that. So, anyways, August. No one knows the day of the hour, only the Father. You do not know what time the master of the house returns, whether it be, what was it, whether it be at midnight. How about August of 2019, just about 12:30? How about that? Would that still in 2024 be this? Well, it's an extinction for a reason. Okay. So the guy you have now is called the Bishop of Rome. He's not the Pope. You can keep calling him the Pope all night and day. And his name is Francis. You can keep doing that because, again, you go, why did you do that? Why did the other guy quit and say he was handing the church over to Jesus Christ and 600 years and Francis and I'm still like this? And now it's just continue to pretend six people don't exist. Brian Buchanan doesn't exist. Try to cover me up and hide in something. That's a lot of brain loss. The etymology of pontiff is uncertain. Could it have something to do with papers? I see papers and papers stacked up in formation. We much before they're lined in the fire. Could it mean papers? Is this why they did this bridge thing? I don't think it means bridge maker. I think it means papers. They guard papers. They're in charge of papers. Well, if you don't have any, if you destroy documents, okay, like you're on a rampage to delete all of my material. Okay, so you're not the first group of animals to flip out and try to destroy all of my material. You're not the first group of animals to do that, as you can tell from Egypt, just that one alone. So over time, God explains to us how to prevent that from happening since your species is every time there's an extinction, you're new. Not you live thousands of years. So every time there's an extinction, you're new, and we are not new. So even though there's I guess, a sense of forgetting, since I'm not in that time period currently, okay, I'm here currently. So it would make logical sense. It's similar to this time, except this is the last time, praise God. But it's similar to this time. Okay. Where it starts off a certain way, and then things that you do, not you're the same people, but things that you do are like a DSM for your species, and you go, oh God, they're gonna do that. And we know what you're gonna do. So, especially after Egypt, you just go, they literally found these things and did that. They didn't even appreciate thousands of years ago by, they still did that. Holy Mother of God. So, people had to do a different way of recording knowledge and history and hiding it. It's almost to the point where there's probably papers and things that you've never seen, because once they're available to the public, you would try to confiscate them and destroy them, just like you're doing with all of the stuff I've done this time. Everything, every laptop, telephones, all of it, in a wild insanity where you're going to cover up something like you committed a murder, and everything I've ever spoken or typed is a dead body that you've got to dispose of. And then no one knows about it. Right. After a while, after a couple of centuries of that, people go, something's got to be done, because this is what they do. After they kill us, they destroy it all. And then how do we explain to them in the next cycle, like in Germany, right? What's this swastika business? That's a really good example of it. Do you mean this? Okay. So that's not recorded properly. So those beings did the same thing, but it was still recorded because it was just the way it was done. It had to be accepted that that's the evil, and not those people murdered the Virgin Mother. They murdered the Virgin Mary, and it's Abram bowing, and a serpent eating another serpent, eye of horse, not an evil entity. Right, like those were the bad people, not you murdered all of those people. I explained it to you right from the get go. Um, that person does not commit suicide. Staff, they thought it was funny. They were going to murder me, and they thought it was funny, like they were characters in a play. The governor is in a bunker. Staff, they're monstrously insane, and obviously they didn't kill me. It's almighty, and I'm sure they're probably dead already. Those two people. Well, I just know when I went back to Quincy, those people aren't around. There was that one person that all of a sudden showed up at the shelter. She almost looked like her. She almost looked like the volunteer, but obviously they completely act like they're a different person because they're monstrously insane. That's not how life works. Like I'm familiar with their doctrine. Like there's the only way to explain it is that I've been through it before, and that God explains it to me. It's just as soon as you see it, you go, oh God. Just like as soon as that chick at the thing called Kaz was talking, a whole bunch of people flipped out when they heard about it. But as soon as I entered that hotel, I went, "Oh God, they have like it's kind of hard to explain." The whole thing about the face mask mean you're a different person. You reject all authority, you break all rules. Um, they never want you to break all rules. Please know that about people like that. They're extremely dangerous. This, you lie to do the laundry, they're going to stop you from doing the laundry. Right. You're not understanding what is going on and that they're psychopathically insane. Okay. They're not actually teaching you to break all authority. They want to attack you. It's like a monkey. Like you're going to break out of your binder and then the two of you can war each other. And I'm talking everything, claws, teeth, pull your hair. All right. They really don't want you to break all rules. So you need to really stop doing that. They don't want you to break all rules. Like that is breaking all rules, and then they can fight you because now there's no more rules. You're not me. You lied to do the laundry, so now it's justified everything they do to you. It's part of break all rules. Okay. Sometimes you got to listen to people that have a background from their previouses about this business, please. It's like not modern day psychiatry unless you are familiar with people in prison if they've been talking to you about it, like Charles Manson. If Charles Manson and Susan Atkins told you about it, how come we don't know about it? Why don't we have these videos? Unless the clergy knows. Okay, it's that they're talking about breaking out of your binder. You've got to stop acting good. They know that you're faking. Okay, because they're psychopaths that use personas. So they believe that everybody does. So they become more angry. When are you gonna stop pretending to be good? Oh yeah, religious nonsense. When are you gonna stop pretending to be? I'm not pretending to be good. This seems like I'm pretending to be good. I can be pretty mean, I think. Does that seem like I'm still pretending to be good? That's as mean as it gets. I know, and I've got to like torture you with razors. Just, I don't break all rules. There's no such thing with me. But I know what you're talking about. Does it sound funny when I say it like that? That is what you are doing. It's your psyche can't break out of your binder. You won't be able to walk or talk. Okay. Your brain, it's sort of probably like God would have you do weird stuff, maybe so me and other people could see what you're doing. Okay, you can't break out of your binder. Like you're not literally a lemur. Okay, like you're a Neanderthal. You can't function like your body functions and stuff without your binder. That's why when you drink alcohol and stuff, you stop pissing yourself and you can't talk. Okay, because that's all you're doing is reducing yourself to those primates have a brain that's not your brain. Like God didn't give you a primate's brain. You have a primate psyche. The psyche connects to the brain. It's like the id, the ego, and the superego. So you have your psyche, your id, you have a brain binder that's your ego, and then you have God that's the superego. Okay. You really can't. You can't just become a monkey. This is how you can find out. Just drink a 12 pack of Corona and smoke some marijuana. Drink like, I don't know, a bunch of those rum and cokes till you fall, and then see if you can still talk without slurring. Okay, like you're getting close to breaking out of your bind. I get it. You just fall down and become nonverbal. That's coming out of your binder. Like that guy with the wife when she stopped talking and started physically attacking people like that, she was out of her binder. She can't walk, she can't talk, and all she's doing is clawing at you and trying to bite you. She's out of her binder. Okay. Get out of your binder. Get out of your binder. Get out of your binder. Anyways, so I don't break all rules, and I don't think God's going to actually allow you to break all rules. So you might get uncomfortable if you don't accept to stop doing that. Right. You have to ask for his help in terms of like your Christianity. Okay. And he will help you. I've seen it happen. And then you're not as mentally confused and flying into rages and stuff. So, probably uh, he wants me to talk sometimes, and it's just like, seriously? Get it? Like, that's why I get resistant to it. It's like, I don't want to. I don't want to hear about these people anymore. Like Brian's quote unquote friends. I don't want to be talking about these people every time I come out here. What in the. I think like maybe Chris and Donnie. That was like a little bit different, and it's just Brian doesn't know how to do things correctly. That might have been a little bit different if that guy was looking for like recovery help. Maybe he was trying to get away from Chris. I don't know. Right. You just go, he's a tall guy and he yells. I don't know if he just has dementia, if he's like spent out. Yeah, if he's like tired and he's yelling like that because his body is tired, that's possible. That happens, yeah. So, um it's like this. If he has cause to want to kill people or something, then he's going to talk like that. That's when I go, okay, it's time for me to take a walk. Get it? Like I've got to take a walk. I got to eat something. Yeah, it's well, I think that they view us as a bunch of like retards or something. How like, I know you go, I think they think that they're like masterminds of trickery, and you go, you're criminals. They think at first it's great that we're all stupid and it's so easy what they're doing. Whoa, okay. Yeah, I mean, in terms of your species, it will work out as it should because, yeah, the other fraction is probably for a period of time is going to be like in sorrow and like, how did we let these people do this to us? Like, and like angry at God, like, how is this happening? Because we won't kill these people, we're being punished for it. That's how I feel, just as an FYI. But they're gonna die before you guys. Yeah, so if that helps at all, they're definitely gonna die before you because of their ethnic background, their genetics. Okay. So they've done some terrible, terrible things there. That is true. And then there's members um, it- that it's going to be worse for them because they're not like that, but their genetics dictate that they're going to die first. Okay, so they're helpless to it too. Um, Once it's established that the troublemakers are dead, the people that like murdering people will have less of an excuse for what they're doing, and I believe that the mean people will die. Okay, so well, I mean, God is supposed to be compassionate, so this can only go on so long. Just because there's an extinction doesn't mean it has to go like this. But these people went, no way in a day, and everybody has to pay before anybody is passing over. Get it? They weren't going to just go, yay, and then do a transition plan because they're too filled with hatred, bigotry. They wouldn't do it. They didn't want anybody to be happy at any given time. So they will most definitely die first. Yeah, that's the thing. Even though that they usually are successful in hiding behind them days, that doesn't work in oncology. Yeah, there's no them. Is it the operating room? There's no them, they in the operating room. There's no them, they when you're having chemo. Okay. There really is no them, they in oncology. So they can have a them, they at church. That's fine. But in terms of biological reality, there's no them, they. I mean, I would hope and pray that they would understand that medicine and end of life things are not part of a world. The Sacred College of Pontiffs, that should give you a clue. Like they're doctors. Right. And then some of it you can see like the regulation of the calendar, both astronomically and in detailed application to the public life. Like these are the people who made your world. Okay. And it wasn't made as an evil entity. Okay. It's just beings that become irrational, okay, and paranoid, and they don't understand why they can't just kill the high priest and then be in charge when they're mentally retarded. Okay, so um, they don't believe in it. They like it's just an insanity. Like you can kill Alex and still have clean drinking water. You're still going to have aqueducts when you kill the person who builds them. Like the medicine, they're going to kill all the doctors, but they're still going to have doctors. It's just a profound mental retardation and a mental insanity, and just blinded with irrational hatred. So I would think there's probably a lot of housing opening up in California, um, given the very large population of troublemakers that are prone to violence and the number of storms out there. So, well, so I'm waiting to hear some sort of actual facts about cancer and stuff. Also, Florida's had some of these storms too. I'm not a boron shield. No one on this land piece is a boron shield. So it's that vitally important to get rid of your species. I went over some of it again this morning. You could never have any hope if you're trying to ask God to become a human being and just reborn with a different psyche and a different brain. How could that happen if I'm dead? All that's left here is retarded animals to birth you. You thought Joel Steinberg was bad? These things don't think people should walk. So it's clearly gotten that bad sometimes. Remember, you used to hear about that about Chinese orphanages that they kept children, they'd strap them to chairs and not let them walk. Well, if you're my age, you remember that. Maybe look it up. They used to tell us that on televisions because it gets that bad. When you force me to sit and lay down for 2 months straight, you're already at that point. I don't have to be an infant. You're like revealing things about yourselves. That's how God does it. He doesn't actually allow you to do it. Get it? He's not allowing it. I was already told by people in Quincy last summer, in case you forgot. I was told by someone that had been in prison that they were forcing people to sit all day long in a prison where they used to have a whole room for them to have like an hour to walk around. She said they weren't doing it. They were already forcing people to sit. Just like I told you they did in the shelter in the winter of 2017, was it? Dawn, Lisa, I'd be there every day going, you guys just do like in the morning and then I'd leave. Going, you guys are just sitting at tables like this all day and then laying in a bed? Oh my God, how are you doing that? And they'd just be sitting at tables looking miserable. And then I told you last March, they made me and Grace sit in a chair all night long. Okay, so they're already that sick. And no, God isn't allowing it clearly. I mean, it has to be done. It's not something they can stop doing. They're mentally ill. Okay, so how did I get on the Pontiff Maximus? The caste system. Okay. So I don't need another person to teach me. She's not capable of teaching, and Tom Kent is dead. You took God's given, given to them. You took God's given gift to them to have me, and those were God's students, away from me. So God is killing you all. It's just like I said, you already did it. It's not like you go, but you're 53 and you can't produce children. You took the ones I did and they were all minors. So you created a society where if you had a rebirth, no human being could be your parent. They immediately would have their children taken from them. That's what I'm explaining to you. You allowed these things to put everybody in a private room and they can't have overnight guests or they can't even have visitors. You're allowing it. How are they going to produce a child? They take children right away from them. Only retarded whores have children here. You need to really listen when a person is explaining to you what is going on all around you. Okay, they're closing hospitals. You don't have any medical care. So I guess the way that they're doing it is they told people 4 years ago now that there wasn't going to be any medical care. They told the whole public that 4 years ago. Right. You didn't make it through COVID. You were forced to stop blocking people from getting food and water with those face masks. Okay. And then clearly there was an issue with lockdowns and quarantines. Okay. And trying to kill people with starvation. So that is what ended. Not anything to do with having medical care, stopping a euthanasia with thermonuclear weapons, any of that. None of that ended because you got a vaccine. You were told to get vaccines because you became so mentally ill that you're murderous. So you can't block people from going to grocery stores now. You don't have any reason to do it. You have a small number of people apparently now where you've shut off SNAP food cards. That's it. And that should keep you satisfied for a period of time, I guess. I usually go about 8 months before I even attempt to recertify it. So now I'm being told you won't recertify it. Okay. So you're not even getting any more contact from me at all. But you'll be satisfied with that for a period of time. And then I would have to guess that you'll be dead in 8 months then. That see how that makes logic sense? Because both times it was 8 months. So that means something. Not I did it purposely. Both times it was 8 months. Okay. Um, and then you immediately would recertify it. Okay. You've never done what you did this year. So I'd say you don't have another 8 months. Because why would I call you already when it's not even empty? Obviously, it's related to his truck being broken. That's the only reason I even attempted to recertify it already. It's almighty. Why was his truck broken? Okay. So it means that it's a warning about those cities have got to be cleared because his truck broke. Get it? It's sort of like indicative of a population. Okay. That are not going to be left to starve. And that doesn't mean that people are getting put into their houses. So there's definitely a confusion out there about what's going on. You people are terminal. All right. So you've probably got less than 8 months to live. And then we'll see what happens if that's what God is saying. I'm not saying it solidly. It's not Israel will be destroyed on Thanksgiving. That was an exact date given prophecy. I'm not saying that, but you go 8 months, 8 months, and now they're refusing to recertify it. Elevated calcium levels, I'd say they probably have less than 8 months to live. Okay. Then, obviously, there'll be some sort of a system of doing it. I don't know how many people use food pantries, for instance. There'll be some sort of a system of figuring out who needs to be housed in those cities to be closer to things. You don't need to worry about housing in MBTA communities. I think that means you're going to be put down so that these people can be housed and ride a train and a bus. And then everybody will be agreeing to stop driving at that point. It's all the transition plan that couldn't happen because people that are evil and bad intent took over the city's housing and it became cesspools. And not only did they become cesspools that aren't safe for Americans, they wouldn't house us. They thought they were taking over and then they're going to wait for us to get sick and storm our houses. That's not what happened. That's not what is happening, folks. You're in a big trap. that you can't get out of. That is why those Puerto Ricans didn't want to come here. But they don't really have a choice because they already blew over Florida because of what they did. They went there and obviously caused all kinds of problems because they're amoral. That's why they came here. They didn't want to stay on an island and be free. So they came here and they betrayed Mary Gladys, told me to fuck myself, took over Florida, told me I couldn't move back there. And so they blew them off and killed them. They piled up Sanibel Island with trailers. People moved there thinking my children were a boron shield, and they all got killed in a swoop. I don't know. Some people thought they were avoiding the death machine after 2008 and 2009. It's almighty. Also, just a reiteration that you served foreclosure papers at Arrow Tree Reserve. And when that didn't work, you used DCF to get rid of me and took all my children. So you get put to death for that. Yep. So all this other nonsense is nothing but nonsense. So yeah, I guess we have migrants in Texas and the border, and that's terrible. And well, that's when it's good to give people a little bit of a psych evaluation when they then flip out and go, what exactly would you be professing to do when you can't remember yesterday? I would think it should seem easier when you're completely mentally altered. Yeah, I would think it would seem easier. Like, tell it to the local orifices. I would say those people are ready to be told what's going on. Yeah, just that's pretty mentally altered. Everything's a sex joke. Everything is funny. Yeah, because like I would equate it to 2011 and laying with the snuggly and stuff all the time. Those people are not feeling any pain. Are you talking about? It's probably not, but it just made me think of this. This Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse. Like, did he have a? He had his lung collapse before, didn't he? I felt like I was breathing heavy last night, man. I don't know what is going on with the nukes, but I know some people probably think I'm talking about my kidneys, right? I don't think so. No, it's just I think it really has to do with yeah, and maybe glycogen depletion, but no, I don't feel tired. No, like I mentioned, uh, was it the day before yesterday when I was like, "Wow, you feel kind of like uh, almost like dry in the throat and the lungs." I had a little bit of that this morning. It could be glycogen depletion or it's from the radioactive material. I probably need to drink some more water. That's the other thing that can happen. But yeah, once if I have some sugar and stuff, I'll probably get thirsty. I try not to stress about it. Sometimes he dehydrates me on purpose. Sometimes I have to go through some pretty uncomfortable things, but I'm still living, so I'm sure it's not as bad as some of these cancer treatments that people go through, from what I've heard. And it's just natural things. Obviously, God knows how the body works. I underestimate sometimes how much stress I've been under too, which is not good for a person. I know I must be a pretty generally healthy person, given what I've been through and my medical condition. Like I said, for the first couple of years, I assumed that you people would return my children to me. Now it's been when the 14th year of it, and clearly, whatever has happened is so terrible that you know that you're fucking stuck in it. Same thing with Brian. But I mean, there's a hope that Brian is still living because I think it's more about some weird fantasy you made up for yourselves. The thing about Brian than about the children. Right? They kill your children to try to get you to be part of their clan group, not because they're trying to hurt you. Like they're that gone. They might think they're being psychopaths, but they do it to try to force you to be part of their family. It's like a wicked, grotesque insanity. They can never be helped. Yeah, just God puts them down. It's the wildest. This is actually wicked good, by the way. It's like the wildest of all insanities. You're the people that murdered my children, and you thought that I would interact with you? Holy fuck. I think at first they think that they're still trying to terrorize you. And you don't have any children? That's not what they're doing. And you just go, oh my God, you are so fucking sick. Oh, yeah, if you're a food pantry recipient, you could probably do this with peanut butter too and almond butter. I guess if you don't mind their peanut butter, you could do it with their peanut butter. And you just take, I think it's about the same size. You just take one of those and you melt two of those two chocolate bars they give you and mix it together. You don't even need tortillas. Good call. Yeah, babe, good call. Yeah, the next time someone donates soy butter, especially if it's a store doing it, don't tell them. Right, if it's a store doing it, that's why they're doing it because they know it's not the chocolate one. Probably someone probably did this a long time ago, like duh. I forget what she said she was mixing it with. The Irish woman said she started melting them. Yeah. It would probably be good with almond butter too, because it's an almond chocolate bar. Everything's got to be more protein with me, yeah. But almond butter is protein too. I guess you're not supposed to eat soy, is it? The cancer people. If you're having hot flashes, if you're not a cancer person and you're having hot flashes, isn't it supposed to help that? But that's why it helps it, right? It gives you estrogen, so you want to be careful. I used to eat tofu and I used to eat yogurt more than I do now. I'm not eating either one of those things anymore. So I've noticed that my tastes have changed, and it's probably got something to do with whatever's going on. I don't even feel like I want yogurt anymore. It used to be something that I enjoyed having, and then I put like the sunflower seeds and stuff. I probably was eating a lot more. Yeah, that's why I'm angry. I was like really starting to get my appetite back, and all of a sudden they're gonna not renew a SNAP food card because of that. What the? I know. Just I was doing like peanuts and oatmeal and powdered peanut butter and soy milk, and I was like a bowl like this, the Super Bowl. I'd mix like peanuts and pecans, or peanuts and almonds, or peanuts and cashews, right? Peanuts and walnuts, all that. Now it was just not just peanuts and raisins every day, and even that they can't stand. I don't know. I don't know if my thighs have ever been like this. Like they had a good shape, but I don't think they like the glutes. It's probably the glutes. It's probably from going up that hill in my age. I don't think it's like more food. No, more food, my arms. But I mean, I probably wasn't doing. I'm not doing a lot of carrying. That's the other thing about shutting off the SNAP food card. Because at the food pantry, I push a cart because it's once a week. That's a lot of weight. That is too much for a person to carry that distance. Yeah, that is too much weight. That's why I said get a stroller or something. That's too much to carry every week. And they probably are forcing people to do that, you know. They are probably literally forcing people to do that with this business with the SNAP cards. But um all of it with the 12 packs and the shopping and stuff, it's gotten less and less and less over the time. So anyway, just as I'm starting to do arm work and stuff and my abs, every time they go in a fantasy like, oh, she's finally, your life is over. You guys got about 8 more months for me to degrade till I'm 70. Brian Buchanan. That's why they want everything shut off. Well, if she's not gonna get ugly, then gee, everything is shut off. I guess everything's shut off, and it's like, oh my god, like that's that important to you? You'd burn in hell before I have a boyfriend or a friend or go to Savers or Smile or walk around Walden Pond. Well, that's your answer. That is your answer. Maybe ask the priest in the is she a priest? I don't know. I missed what her title was. I don't know what they were doing. I mean, if you were asking me, obviously there are female doctors, so that would be insane to say that you have to be a male to be a priest. But I think the whole system of the church is as bad as it is. People still do it. Is there a man I can talk to? People probably didn't want women being exposed to certain things and being abused. Obviously, there's female doctors, right? So I'm not sure. I'd have to like think about why they do that. Someone shooting someone. Pretty sure that came from outside. I know I could put that on graham crackers, but I totally just ate it by itself. It was that good. That's all it becomes on Carb Week because that's what happens with carbs and sugar. Just and then what's the next thing? Like I'm used to be Karen Carpenter in a high chair. Just keep shoveling it in. She would eat a Super Bowl. I'm not kidding you. She would eat a Super Bowl. I mean, granted, didn't have nuts in it, just have the baby oatmeal, baby rice meal, and all that. Remember that? It's all different ones, rye and all that. They're gonna make a big deal about it. She was always a huge eater, breastfeeding the stuff. It's that noise again. All right, let's leave it up. Alex Murdaugh, didn't he die? This says it's 58 degrees now. Oh, come on, seriously? This is only the first day. Just don't even start with me. Mm. Okay. Fire crews battle blaze that scorched Lynn apartment building. Is this the same one? The calves. They're not really doing it bad. Yeah, just probably some more water. It has to do with taking days off. They're maybe they're filled with glycogen. Yeah. Now they don't know what to do. It's all bubbling in there. Like, what's going on? Tomorrow should feel better, right? It's supposed to cool down. Probably. Yeah, I mean, some people, when they're this lean, they start to look kind of old in the face. Yeah, I mean, some people don't get that. Like bodybuilder chicks know exactly what I'm talking about, I'm sure. And then as soon as you stop eating carbs, people go, "What the fuck is this?" And they get wicked mad. They can't decide what they actually want to do. Their only hope with me is that they kill me because of my medical condition. That's why sometimes it feels like it goes back and forth. Like that Paul guy that rides the bike was talking about it. It's a no-win situation for them. That's why it's a madness. They don't actually, I feel like they don't actually want to look like this, but there's something is bothering them that they can't understand, and it's probably because it's a different species and they don't walk anywhere. Like they're all confused by it because their brains are dying and they don't understand exactly what it is that's bothering them, so they make up other things. And then as soon as they force us to like sit or whatever and eat carbs, it makes it worse because they actually, yeah, even if they bloated you up, they actually like that. Yeah, like it's a whole madness that can never make sense in their head because then they're like envious. Yeah, it's just like weird. Especially when you hear them talking, those people that go black doesn't crack and stuff. As soon as they see that white doesn't crack either, they flip the fuck out. Yeah, you just go. Even if you put on weight, they don't like the results of it. I don't put on weight like they do. I know you just go, whoa, that's all muscle. I really don't think you want to force her to eat carbs at this point. Sean from the shelter would go, oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, you people are not, yeah. Shower curtain. You don't even know what you're doing. That's all that happens there. And then they flip out about that. I know you just go, you are. And you will put on weight. Remember that at the hotel? You're like, you're a fucking nutter. I I quit smoking 5 years ago, and I didn't put on weight then. She has dementia and doesn't listen. She just keeps talking because she's a fucking know it all. Da 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 da. And you will put on weight. I quit smoking 5 years ago. I'm gonna put on weight here because you're gonna feed me nothing but fucking lunch meat to try to kill me. She was like talking to me like I was a meth head, and I just like entered a detox and stopped using meth and like never ate anything. Remember the leggings that had the little jacket that was like army fatigues that people gave me? Just, I have eyes, you know. People probably go, what the fuck is this? Isn't this person like 50 something years old? That is like God completely messing with you for sure. Goes up, it goes down. Enjoying a delusion. Like, remember when I was going over the George Papad thing? You wouldn't go out with George Papad when he was like 70? Of course you would. If you liked George Papad, I know you just go, you people are cracked. Everything with you people is about breeding. You literally think a female, you just throw her in the dirt when she doesn't produce children anymore. You seriously think that? You don't believe a woman has any worth to anybody, not even outside of marriage. You think she has no worth anymore when she can't produce children. That's why your females are so fucked up and they're getting their faces stretched out and everything. It's sad. You have 25-year-olds that think they need a fucking brow lift. Like, whoa. A 25-year-old needs a brow lift and I'm going to be 53? Right. That's how sick you guys got. Talk to Karen. Karen Corbett would tell you the same thing. Like, can you see how sick you guys are? Like, you have some kind of body dysmorphia. Yeah, just you don't see yourselves as you are. And some of the stuff that you think makes you look younger, you look freakish. Other than Ava Gardner, I don't know any, and I'm not, she was probably older than I am now in that video. She did start to look a little bit spooky. But I mean, most people don't look like that. I know, just that was a little bit spooky, Sarah. So I just gotta say. She was probably much older than 52, yeah. But that happens. And yeah, I mean, yeah, you just have to adjust, I guess. I would say you stop looking in the mirror so much. Yeah. And then people's response to you shouldn't really change. Yeah. Like, unless, like, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know, unless you're used to a lot of male attention. If you were married, I would think that that long ago went away anyway, and so you don't notice it as much. Maybe single women notice it more, where dudes are not asking you out anymore or something when you reach a certain age. But if you were married, you'd never notice it probably, because that should have ended the second you put a ring on, and you clearly, you probably dress different and act different when you're married. Yeah, so you probably don't. It's like such a gradual process, but um, that would probably be another reason why it's somewhat nicer when people marry younger, because a lot of women, they don't really get hot like that till they're in their 30s. So you're already married. Some people would go wait till you're in your 30s to get married because of that. You might marry the wrong person. So, one thing you have to kind of be careful about when you don't look like me, like the blondes and stuff that have like that younger look. I would say to be careful about dudes that have any type of issues with pedophilia. The dudes themselves need to understand why they're going out with certain women, right? Because if you're not like attuned to sort of being in love with the person and stuff, you're gonna have problems in your marriage. And it's gonna be right at the worst time. You'll probably be married for 15, 20 years, and you just took away this woman's marketability. And now all of a sudden you want something else because you made a mistake and she looked young or something, and you had an issue with yourself. You get what I'm saying? Like, I would say you're more prone to that stuff with certain, it's not really ethnicities, it's just genetics, right? Um, yeah, I mean, I would think you would be like those Beach Boy people, but like for real, not like that bad one that died. Right, like you're definitely more sort of like those Boy Scout boys, and you just, it doesn't mean I'm not trying to make people like that seem boring. That's not what I mean. It's just, I don't know. I don't know how to explain this. They're definitely more family oriented. Yeah. So maybe those type of people naturally, whereas it's not the same thing as a brunette that dyes her hair. That's one example of it. It's not the same thing. Maybe the ones that go bleach, bleach, bleach and darken their eyebrows. Yeah, just I think there's a difference between that and like just those wholesome women. Yeah, that probably. Are they more about this? Not to be too personal, but are they more sort of like? Are they more even flow than they let on people to be? Maybe, and that's we really should know that other than just being nosy about different types of people. Remember that film, 10 Things I Hate About You, like that? Like them as a couple. I know because to me, you just go, it was a cute film, but I don't know, it's probably because I'm a brunette, right? You just go, okay. Like Michelle, what's her name? Michelle something. And Heath Ledger, you go, okay. I don't want to know. Yeah. It's probably one of those things that's funny. And it's like funny because I'm sort of like, I want to be out of the loop. Yeah. Just sort of like that. That's what I'm saying. People that I find attractive, it's not many people. It's like really not. Very, very sort of like, it's not, I shouldn't use the word picky, but it's like particular. I don't, I just don't find blondes and redheads and like that sandy brown hair color. I don't find that like sexually alluring. I don't, yeah. Or black people. Yeah, like black guys. I just, not my thing. Spanish guys, no. I guess they're probably Jews, like white guys with that are brunettes, like me. Yeah, white guys that are brunettes. Uh, Apparently, some of these Indian people or these Middle Eastern people, maybe they're white guys that are brunettes for the most part. Some of them have tans. I remember that in Quincy Center once. It was only once. There was like this wicked tall Indian guy, and you just go. I just remember walking through Quincy Center, and I was like, in my mind, I go, okay, no, this guy isn't going out with anybody in this city. And then I like never saw the guy again. It was a couple of years ago. Like he's gonna walk through Quincy once and just never return. Like he's like considering a job or something here and just goes, yeah, no. He looked like he was like 6'5" or something. Yeah. Some of my thoughts are kind of funny, I think. Just this guy is not staying here. And I was right. I never saw the guy again. You can just tell, like, Alex isn't around. You never see Michael. Now Brian's gone. You just go, no, that Geo guy left. No hot guys stay there. Yeah, you just walk around and go, yeah, no. I don't think it means that people are sort of like gross. If they're like looking for a work and they're single, I mean, yeah, I mean, some money is money, but you go, I don't know if I want to be anchored to this place. Just, I went for a job interview. I was there for like a weekend, like a long weekend, and I went like to a couple of nightclubs or I went to a restaurant. And, right, because like you've done this so many times, so you have certain things you do. You go to a grocery store, you go to a library, wherever it is you do. You go to an AA meeting to see what the locale is, and you just go, there is no way I'm staying in the city. If they offer me this work, I'm going to have to turn it down because I might someday want to socialize or have a wife or a husband, depending. And you just go, or have children, and just go, like a married couple goes, there is no way. What city is it? After what my presence online, they go, there is not a chance I'm ever moving there. I'm always like stunned when I see all these people there with children. You don't have the internet? Just yeah, just the last couple of years, especially, you go, here's some more of them with babies and baby carriages. How why would you people ever move here? Are they straight out giving these people free apartments? I hate to be sounding like this, but some of these Asians, because Quincy is 30% Asian now, they must have thought the same thing that some of these black people thought, that they were taking over a city. I know you go, I don't get why people do stuff, but it is what it is. I know it's just, do they, I don't know where they come from because I really don't know of a lot of places, excuse me, that do that. I remember when I grew up here, you go Chinatown, and then you hear this nonsense about like Harlem and these Atlanta people. Oh, it's Brown Town and stuff, and you just go, I don't know what that is, but what is that? I don't know if there's other cities around the country that do that. And those are the same people that will go, oh, wow, this is great. There's so much diversity here. There's so much diversity here. There's a place called Chinatown. That's diversity. Like North Quincy looks like little Taiwan. That's diversity. I don't consider that diversity, but it's always diversity unless white people do it. When Dorchester was all Irish people, that wasn't diversity. That was bad. You had to get rid of them. When South Boston is all Italian people, or the North End or whatever, you that was bad. You had to put an end to it. But when quote unquote you people do it, it's diversity. Notice that? It's part of a profound insanity. Something's either bad or shut the F up about quote unquote Irish neighborhoods, Italian neighborhoods, white neighborhoods. Get it? Horse country. You've got to invade horse country and build condos because you got to have diversity. Well, just here to point out that you're insane, and some people recognize people that are trying to wage war with the country. Like you think you the people that running your country themselves are fucking deranged. They're doing it. Now we're gonna make this little Quincy, and then we're gonna make this I don't know what they call that, black Dorchester, and then we're gonna have Irish people flipping the fuck out on Broadway, and then we're gonna have black people doing this and Chinese people doing that. And you just go, and then God's gonna come and go shoop, and then go, hello, Exodus 20, I am the Lord your God, and it is the Passover, and none of y'all are Jews. Surprise, none of y'all are Jews, and they all moved to Florida, okay? And apparently some of them went to Maine. They're taking over the land of Canaan, and then some of them go to Florida. They totally did. They took over the land of Canaan because they went to Florida, and every single one of them, you ask where they came from, they say Canada. Canada? You're trying to make your house the Taj Mahal. You're like cleaning it, everything's white. You're setting up a concrete thing that's a circle and putting a patio chair on it in an American neighborhood in the front of your house. There's some of them on the other street. and they're out there picking weeds and they have goats and they got miniature horses. You're from Canada? There was one they were like growing vegetables in the front yard. You're from Oh yeah, then the neighborhood we were in where we were building the other house. You're from Canada? Okay, well watch out because the conquistadors are coming after I leave here, unbeknownst to me. Both the woman who rented the house to us, and then wasn't that the one where they were growing vegetables in the front yard too? And there was people from New York in that neighborhood too. And you just go, the conquistadors are coming. That's why this state has one of the highest foreclosures because these people are insane. Clearly, they were already sick. They picked out 3 states and they're all supposed to be Spanish. They did it on purpose. They're profoundly insane. Just magically, 3 states that would seem Spanish to some insane person all have mass foreclosures. And then here comes the Puerto Ricans and here comes the Mexicans. It's not funny. You go, you guys are unraveling. It's part of the Antichrist. Explain it. Me X I go. It's how much? As quanto? Okay, so you just attacked the same fucking bitch. Not I'm an invader here. You're the invaders. I'm the one who told you what Esquanto means. And me ex I go. And the roses, the apples smell like roses. Pseudo Maureen. I explained that to you. I explained it. Jeez Louise. No, flaxseed. It has nothing to do with roses on a hill. I just explained it to you. The apples smell like roses. The person's name was probably Rose. Just, I explained it. The guy with the feather pen. How long have you been having these visions? About a week. The thing with the cloak and the hood and the rectory. I explained it to you. I explained it to you. Flaxseed. Nothing. Roses on a hill. Glutamine. Remember that? Glutamine, glutamate. When we were talking about people with HIV and muscle wasting and trying to figure out why the body was doing that. Anywho, not allowed. Went over the whole thing about how they came up with the medication. Put amity between you and why it's not good for people with kidney disease to take antivirals. I don't know if they're still using those, but it has something to do with trying to change the pH. And then we went over the thing about how some people can get age related dementia and how that has something to do with proving about the mercury causing the autism. It was all on the Facebook. It's about causes so that people stop doing things because they said it's the worms in the pork when it specifically says to cook the beef all the way through, but don't cook the pork all the way through. It's not the worms. It's not like a sin like God's mad, but you want to know why you're sick. Stop piercing the skin, tattoo the skin, all that stuff. I'm pretty sure that you're not supposed to slaughter um, adult calves that are nursing a calf. All right. Some people would say it's about iron absorption because if you mix calcium with iron, it affects the iron absorption. You don't absorb as much of it. Like if you were having an issue with anemia and you were taking like a supplement for iron, you don't want to take it with milk, right? In terms of like beef and cheese. But I don't know if there's some sort of a sickness because the stuff wasn't pasteurized too. So explain the thing about you're only really supposed to keep beef for 3 days and then you're supposed to discard it because the refrigeration and stuff is different and they don't put all that stuff in food. I mean, that type of a lifestyle, because the book was still available in the people that are stuck in the world. But I mean, after all this stuff is gone, why would you keep beef for 3 days anyway? There's other animals that eat that stuff that when you're full, right, coyotes? Okay. Green line disrupted by another signal issue in same location as last week. Okay. Does that mean that these people are going to be back to? Oh, they weren't here today. Are they on Cobb week? Hey, I don't ride the T. I'm not allowed to because I don't have an income. Does that mean that if I had a couple of dollars, I wouldn't? That's a lot of money to go to South Station. That's a lot of money to take a walk to Castle Island, but you never know. What was the? Wasn't it the? Is it the number 9 I have to get on? Yeah, because that's the number 9. That's not going to help me. That one over at River Street, is that closer to me than Forest Hills? But it goes to doesn't it go to Forest Hills? Let me see. Well, I mean that one goes to Forest Hills and it's right there. The hell difference is that make? I need one that goes to Broadway, maybe. Uh, what am I looking up? MBTA. MBTA. Uh, I see that there's a bus sign way down there on Milton Street. I saw the bus. Was it day before yesterday? Did I see it on Saturday or Thursday? It was either Thursday or Saturday. I saw the bus. It was probably Thursday. No, not Milton. Milton Street. They're not going to tell me. The 33, maybe. Let's see where this one goes. Oh, this is a Mattapan. Well, that's not going to really help me now, is it? Oakdale. This isn't going to help me at all. So this goes Mattapan, River Street, River Street, River Street, River Street. Wait, wait, wait. No, but I'd have to still walk to Mattapan, wouldn't I? Cummings Highway. I don't think this is helping me, I'm thinking. Massasoit Street. Huntington Ave. Huntington Ave. Is that like a wicked long street? Huntington Ave. I know because you go Huntington Ave. That's like where the library is. That might help me out. West Street, I know where that is. That's the one that's wicked busy. Okay. Way, Pine Street. That sounds familiar. Blake Estates, that's Star Market. Okay. Yeah, because it's telling you can get on the 32 there. Because West Street must be where it goes on to High Park Ave or something. High Park Ave at Milton Street. Reedville Street. West Milton Street. Pine Ave. West Milton Place. Ernest Ave. The fuck is Ernest Ave mean? West Milton Street? I mean West Milton Place? There's I don't think there's a bus stop there, is there? That's fucking crazy. It's got to mean something else because it's called Flanagan Place now. It used to be called Milton Place. I know you just go, there was never a fucking MBTA bus there. But I think that one down at Four Corners was always there because I think Barbara used to take it when she went to college. She used to take the bus in there when she has a college degree from Boston State College, which closed. It doesn't exist anymore. Um, where the hell is Ernest Ave? That's gonna be like I'm trying to figure out where the last stop is. I think it's right around where the gas station is, but then it turns onto that street. What bus is on Milton Street right here though? I saw a bus stop. It doesn't have a is there no bus that ever stops there? It doesn't have a bus number on it, which is wicked unhelpful. In Quincy, all of the buses have numbers. They tell you what bus it is. And I think the one they changed the where the bus stop is on Washington Street by the mall, by the way. They changed where it was for some reason. I know you go, I don't know why you changed where the bus stop was, but um yeah, like I don't know what that is. Was it too far for these people to walk? That's fucking sad. Because it wasn't right across from the mall. It was down where the bridge was. Because they probably set it up for traffic flow because there's a light there. There's no like light, so you're probably holding up fucking traffic by what you're doing. You just go, was that too far for those fucking people to walk? Is that why you moved it? It's always been there where that bridge is because there's a light there. I just go, what the fuck? You moved a bus stop? You people have got to go. They must have moved here and went, that is too far. What the fuck? You're about to keel over and die. You are. That's too far. It's not even an incline. Mother of fucking God. You people need to stay in the city. What did they get? A Section 8? And they wanted to live in a neighborhood? We don't have buses every fucking 2 feet in never mind. This isn't even rural. You go, you people need to stay in the fucking city and stop demanding more bus stops. Fucking crazy. It's scary. You scare us. We're not mad that you're living here, but you move a place and you're fucking insane. I watched it happen in Florida over and over again. You don't have a reason to leave a fucking city. Oh, yeah, you don't want to live somewhere that's a suburb or a rural area. For whatever reason, you do something and then you want to fucking ruin it. You just want to turn everything into a city. I dealt with this shit in Florida with people moving there from New York. We got to have a restaurant. We got to have a Target. We got to have this. We need more buses. You're insane. Go back to New York City. Get the fuck out of Florida. Seriously, people drive there. They don't have buses. They don't have public transportation in Florida at all. You stay where you are or you drive. Yeah, it's a fucking plot plan. That's what it is. It's a plot plan to keep you where you are. Get a car. That's a plot plan. That's life. We had to work. We got part-time jobs. We got cars in fucking high school. You drive. You ride a bicycle. You get a skateboard. You walk. You jog. Or you get a car. Not you take a bus every 2 feet. It's not about pollution. Buses are the same thing. Get it? They're just deranged. These people with the cars, the buses can't work. They probably say that shit. These people with the cars and the buses are taking longer and longer. Some people need a fucking emperor, let me tell you. But the problem is, it would have saved your species. That's why. Because any bit of this, people would have just been sent to kill you. But I mean, your children would survive because they learned from that killing. You don't want to be under my regime, trust me. You don't, but you do. But God wouldn't allow it. You decided not to listen to me and killed your own species. Not anything that I would have done would have actually been insane. You wouldn't allow any of it. Well, we're past 2013, right? That's why God has to have your own species do it to you, because we're past 2013. And I think the priest was saying that. But I mean, you need to get real. When I'm dealing with people that are mentally retarded and won't stop hitting themselves with a hammer, and then you're gonna overbreed me and kill me and my children, yeah, you would be put in an area because you don't walk anywhere, and we'd be over there. You don't get a horse and a buggy. No, you don't get a horse and a buggy. Nope. If you can walk out to where we are, then that's an issue. But you don't get a horse and a buggy. That's why you live in cities. Okay. Whatever you thought, that's why you couldn't be on welfare and have a car. That's how it used to be. Okay? So you don't care about pollution when you want a bus to stop every 10 feet. You're not invading the suburbs with the commuter rail. They announced it to you in Littleton, Massachusetts. They drive out there. So anyway, if people what was I saying? If they were planning on trying to do that, they demanded to have more and more increments like that, and you're gonna take over and you're gonna shut off my food and kill me and my children, then legions of people come and kill you. You're not physically adapt. You're just huge and like violent and threatening, and you overbreed, but you're easily put down. So it's kind of the same thing except without warfare because it's almighty. It's set up that there could be like basically you could have overbred the other fraction of your species by 2/3 and they can still kill you all because of the thermonuclear weapons. They don't have to fire a shot. Okay, so in terms of like in the past, my species and the other fraction of your species were way more physically fit and able to kill you. So in hand-to-hand combat, you were easily put down. It has to do with the nature of being mentally retarded. You think that you can be as violent and threatening, even kill us, and we'll never do anything back to you. It's the nature of mental retardation. And it's simply not true. You cross a line and then you have to be put down because you're too dangerous, even to yourselves. So, oh yeah, just these people think that they're going to run an entire country through a DTA office. It's that sad because some people work, okay? And when you don't have a police force to kick them out of their houses and put them in jail and threaten them with firearms and stuff, you've been basically waging a war against people that were specifically selected by God to just go like this and bow their heads and allow you to do it, including myself. And then you got confused about what was going on, as you typically do. And now the other side of your species is putting you down, and you just still keep thinking it's me. So off go the snap cards. They don't use snap food cards. I explained it to you. They don't use snap food cards. I would guess that you folks don't are not farmers either. You're all city folk, right? You don't have swaths of land where you're feeding yourself, where a person or a small squadron of fucking elitist task force assassins could just enter that land and kill you all, right? Okay. Just because there's a mob of you, like they're saying in Texas, down you go. Yeah, because especially if people told these people, all you got to do is walk on this land because these people are dumb and they'll get arrested. They can't get arrested. They're the military. So you probably would be told again that you're crossing over a border illegally, and then they just shoot you dead like you're a Night of the Living Dead. If they wanted to, they have that right to be doing that under your system. You folks don't live by the Holy Scriptures or the U.S. Constitution. It's protect and defend the citizens of the United States of America. Okay? We live under the Constitution. That's why we're following the laws. I'm not walking into Canada. I'm not walking into Mexico. I'm not walking into stores robbing them. So just be careful with the squatting, by the way, because I'm sure that's probably not legal. Just be careful with the squatting. Well, because people are dangerous. It's supposed to be a joke, but what happens is, I don't know. I would assume it's just the other species actually thinks that that's a thing, and then everybody does it. So it leads to a lot of problems, but it means that people that are mentally ill easily, it's almost like they're on that. If someone wanted to, it's like they're on that show where the guy lures the sex offenders and then has the conversation with them. It's like that. Okay, so someone told you that you could just go into houses and squat in them. Okay, and then the other person, okay, so this is the deal though. Is that why they arrested her? This is the deal. There's actually a legal procedure that you have to go through, whether you like it or not. Okay. You're saying you're the homeowner. Okay. There's a People aren't going to argue with you folks anymore about how you obtained property here. Okay, because that becomes very complicated now because it was allowed to go on so long. Okay. Um, People are not on a stand down order anymore, and this is the United States of America. So if you just come here and start invading us, you're a threat to our national security. Okay, so you really need to be aware of that if you're coming here from another part of the planet. Whatever, regardless of what sister and brother told you and you don't understand English, there's all sorts of people that speak your language. So most people from around the planet speak English, just so everybody knows that. Okay. That's why some people will go, you understood that, right? Okay. We know all about nobody speaks English business. So, in Splainish, we know all the little issues that people are having because they're obnoxious and don't respect the United States of America or its citizens or its laws and its borders. Um, it's understood you believe in free and open borders and everything. We don't. We believe in borders. We believe in the United States of America and the Constitution. Okay, so we have a difference of beliefs, and they have firearms and tanks. Are you coming here with tanks and firearms to invade the United States of America, or are you just flooding in here and then you can be either apprehended and deported right back or shot dead if you're aggressive enough? And you don't listen to, you need to go back where you came from. Okay. So they, there are certain, that's what it was, sorry. There are certain procedure laws that you have to go through. You can't just enter a property that someone is in and threaten them and stuff. Right. You can't do it. You have to call the police. And then, what did they pay your rent? Are they tenants? Okay, the police don't even do that. You have to go to court. There's a whole procedure that you do to deal with, you say you own a property and someone squatting in it. Okay. Because you can be arrested for like assault and battery, breaking and entering, threatening people. If you're like a danger to others, you can be sectioned by the police for 3 days. Right. I mean, do you have a place to live? That's why the police go, just leave, like happened over there. Because clearly those people were aggressive and dangerous. And you go, it's because of Mary. These people are completely deranged. They won't stop trying to kill her. That's not normal behavior. And those people up on the storage unit, they were like surrounding the fucking house like deranged animals. That is not normal behavior. They're up in those crane things trying to peek in a window at me. Those are not normal people. These people go, this is Boston, this isn't Dedham, because they're probably like, we don't know what the fuck that just was, but just move out of that neighborhood. It's turning into Monkey Central, obviously. That was fucking outrageous. I took pictures of it. Or was I videoing it and live camming it? You just go, there is a person right outside this window right here, right now, on the second floor. Then they were in the driveway of that house in one of them, up in one of those things. No, did anyone arrest them? Speaking of the guy up in the tree, did anyone arrest them and remove them and send them to Cape Cod? I didn't see that going on. I'm sure people with satellite saw it going on and they know how crazy I am because they can see it from the air and it probably looks even more just shocking and fucked up from a satellite or a drone or somebody else that's on the second or third floor in a different house watching it. I'm sure it looks even more fucked up than it did from my view. I would assume that those people's families, right? Remember the one that was cutting down tree branches and putting them across the sidewalk, and I took a picture of it? There was two of them doing that. One was on Court Street, and the other one was on Whiting Avenue. They people get sick, and usually when someone explains to them what they're doing, they stop doing it. Only they could tell us if, like, they're sex offenders, or they thought they were doing something else. Yeah, only they could tell us that. Remember that guy showed up on the sidewalk on Whiting Avenue? That's when I was walking to the food pantry a lot. You just go, I don't, how are you guys doing that? They have brain illness. So I don't think this bus is going to help me. Okay, so what's the other one? The number nine? I think you have to catch that at Ruggles. Yeah, that's not going to help me. Um, what's it? Bus nine. Let me see. Bus nine. I think it's the nine. This is if you don't want to walk from South Station. Oh, it's even called City Point Bus. There you go. All right. Boylston, Dartmouth. Oh yeah, what? There's one that stops right at the Boston Public Library too. Remember, I went there. I know they don't want me to be able to do anything. It's just Broadway, 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 Broadway. Okay, so this is not going to help me. This is okay. City Point Bus Terminal. I don't want one that takes me to City Point Bus Terminal. No, because that's part of the walk from South Station to. Yeah, unless there's some way I can like walk to a place, and then I'd have to take this bus. Um, South Boston, Charles River, North End. How do we walk there? Where is we're over here? Okay, there's Mattapian, Dorchester. How do we? Am I in this green space right here? There's Milton, Mattapian, High Park. Okay, so I'm pretty far away from there. What street is that? Is that Washington Street? That goes to Hathaway. That might be Washington Street. Let me see. They're not going to tell me what fucking street it is. Okay, Washington Street. There we go. Okay, so Washington Street, Washington Street, Washington Street. And now I lost which one's Washington Street. It seems pretty far. Let me see. Uh, Washington Street. Does High Park Ave go all the way in there? Doesn't it sort of like basically end at Forest Hills? Let me see what this is. Washington Street. Um, Let me do this. Rock climbing spot. Oh, there's a picture of the house right there too. Nice. Oh, let's see. 1224 square feet. My house was 4,100 square feet. That's not even that big, but I mean, I had 6 children. Yeah, it's really not. You adjust to stuff, I guess, but um, yeah, don't even get me going. I know, just shh, out of your mind. Don't even think about it. What am I trying? South Station. 14 miles. That's kind of long, but all right. Let me see. Da, 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 da. Let's see what they say to do. Okay, they're saying it's 9.6 miles on foot. And then all of a sudden, everything is like compressed. So you can't see anything. Fucking Christ, man. I'm gonna go see if that helps. It looks like it's one street. What are they saying to do? No, I'm not leaving from South Station, so I need to reverse the directions. Okay. Okay, High Park Ave. Maybe it's High Park Ave goes all the way in there. I kind of doubt it. Let's see. Yeah. Like when you look at this map, it looks like one big rip, right? That's why I don't like this because then it gets like confusing and it shouldn't be. But usually, once you can walk it and figure it out once, you remember how to go. It's just something to do with Boston, like how their streets and stuff are. It's like when that Garmin thing was getting me and Jim Morrison and retarded Mike Regal lost. Every time we went anywhere in Boston, the GPS could not tell us how to get anywhere. It was like insane, absolutely insane. It was like having us drive into like construction zones and stuff. It was terrible. It wasn't something I was doing, and I was getting wicked stressed out. Right. I don't even think it was bothering me to drive in a city, but I generally was not driving in cities like that. I was living in Claremont, Florida, in the effing boonies. But yeah, I would never want to live in a city and drive a car after that experience too. You just go, this is insane. It's fucking police. All right, let's see. So they're saying High Park Ave, right? And then it again, they've got this so compressed that you feel like it's being done on purpose. You can't even read the stuff like you typically read on maps. Okay, like what the fuck, dude? Okay, so 4 miles, and then they're saying it changes to Washington Street for 2.5 miles. Then you turn right onto Dudley Street for point 0.1 mile. then turn left onto Harrison Ave. That's what I'm saying. Then it gets worse and worse and worse. I don't know. Maybe it's the actual directions, but can you see how I begin to? I'm looking at a map where it's one straight line, and you're going turn right onto Dudley Street, turn left onto Harrison Ave, turn right onto Traveler Street. You go, really? Road name changes to West Broadway. West Broadway? Then maybe I don't want to go all the way to South Street. Turn left onto Frontage Road. Road name changes to Atlantic Ave. Do I just want to go to... Now I'll just go back to the map and see if it will let me zoom in and figure out what the hell it's talking about. So it's High Park Ave for the most part. The most of that walk is High Park Ave. Sometimes I'll go a certain way and then turn around and then look it up again and figure out what the hell I did wrong. Yeah, like the Quincy thing, it took me a long time to try to walk out there again because I didn't have a reason to. It wasn't food, right? It was about trying to get an income. Right, let's see. High Park Ave. Oh, there's the Franklin Park Zoo. So, okay. That would be a question too. How do you walk there from Forest Hills? But I'd still have to take a bus. That costs money. Yeah. So anyway, it's the same way. And then at what point does it? That's when it turns into Washington Street. It's after Forest Hills that it turns into Washington Street. Do you have to go behind Forest Hills? Okay, so you have to go past Shattuck. It's like the same thing. Yeah, that's a pretty long walk. It's like similar to what I already did. Harrison Ave, Molina Cast. So this is similar to that other thing, but it was Columbia Ave before, right? Yeah, that seems way too long. Isn't that going to be like almost 20 miles? Something? No, it's 10 miles. So that would be like 30 miles in a day. I think that's too long. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to do something once and then be too tired to do something. I can't do that a couple of times. That's crazy. That's why when the train was free, I went, okay, South Station, and then walked to um, City Point. All right, so when I leave there, then I go. Yeah, I guess I'll try that. Let me see. Get rid of this. I'm not walking that far in a day. Okay, so let's see. With you people gone, I walk everywhere because I would just sleep like I did in Framingham, and then you wouldn't deny me fucking water the next morning. Just like you shut off a snap card so people can't walk around like that. That's why you do it. Because summer's coming. Okay. And we could walk somewhere, spend the night, and walk to another place. That's why you don't want us to have a snap food card. That's why you have to be put down because you're monstrously fucking insane. You're trying to force other people to sit on the fucking ground, and then you're driving fucking buses and trains around. I don't know what your perceptions were about what I'm doing here. Like, you know that snap card is off. I don't know if your children are being taught to do that behavior they displayed in Quincy. If they can't see me online, that means your children are fucking sick and have got to be euthanized. Exactly. And that would explain the cops, and then they finally fucking went away. Like, someone put on a website that my money and my food is shut off, and all of a sudden they're given free buses and trains, and they start walking around the fucking suburbs like an invasion. That would explain more why the cops are there. Not I'm fucking crazy and paranoid. If you didn't believe it when I told you about it for those 8 weeks, if they can't see me online and they have no idea I just completed 3 fucking months of regime, they think I'm being forced to sit because my food's off. And then they walk around and display walking the fuck in front of me. It's an animal behaviorism. It means they're gone in the head and they're not my species. Right. That's if they can't see me online and they saw that on a Snap Food site and they believe that I'm being forced to sit, just like I was forced to sit and lay down for 2 months. They would come out and walk back and forth on that sidewalk in front of the library, right the fuck in front of me and Jerry and Ren and Andrew. And the guy with the work boots that he was taping with duct tape. It was also during a nuclear campaign, by the way, because my knees were locking up and we couldn't bend them. So I don't know if they act more fucked up with both of those conditions going on. Anyways, like it's a game, and then I'm supposed to get up and knock them down, like you saw in the video. I'm not a dominant male gorilla. I'm explaining to you the severe brain loss. Why would they ever do a behavior like that unprompted? But I can recognize what it is. Oh yeah, I'm crazy. Jerry, I'm crazy. Roll video again of a dominant male gorilla knocking that woman down and not doing it to harm her. It's a game they do. I don't do that game. I'm not a dominant male gorilla just because I walk. That's how sick you people are. Don't tell me what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I told you what you were doing. You're not supposed to go around screaming at people and telling them to lay down. That's not what they do, as you could see. Because you're not dominant male gorillas either, you're neutered males. If you had a dominant male gorilla, he would have snapped your necks when he found out you were retarded and that he did not produce you. One day with the firearm, forever unarmed. Okay. It's an animal behaviorism. So that's how much brain loss. Why would you know that? Because it's like a behaviorism. Like, why does a squirrel climb a tree? Why did we renounce in 2011? It's a behaviorism in their different species. We rejected that, and you guys like embraced your system more and became scared. You huddled into masses with other members. You looked to the television and your leaders, and we rejected all that and listened to the father, as you call him. It's just a different species. All the weird stuff with the getting rid of stuff and the head coverings and don't forget the promise. Amen. It's a different species. Don't forget the promise. Amen. And you clap. It's a whole thing. Well, it's this because it's supposed to be a cross, and then they like go out like this, and then like so their head is up. But there's other claps. Don't forget the promise. Amen. It's a whole thing that I said. He said to stop doing. It's like the sacred circle. That's why I was outside doing it after the earthquake. Hello, you go to the Sabbath, you do that. Ask Leonardo da Vinci. He did it too. He said he was going to turn into a beam of light. You soak your meat in milk before you cook it. Apparently, that's because it's gamey. Can't eat this, can't eat that, can't eat this. Everything's poison, can't eat that. You have to come out of that. But you go on the walk, you have a cleanse. You go to the, you have to say, Yahweh willing cleanse. You do all that, right? And then the water burns because you didn't ask. If you're not supposed to ask the same thing twice, it's a whole procedure. It's a different species. Don't take strangers to the mountain. That's why I sort of gloss over it. Um, yeah, they took me to the airport. Oh God, the med students were told to go to the airport. Okay, well, maybe they didn't mean that. Where am I going? Oh, okay. Let me see what it says about. Well, maybe I don't. Maybe I should put directions to City Point and not South Station and see what happens. Since the yeah, like everything is sort of loop. That's not Brookline. That's 217 miles away. Okay, so let's see. Maybe it's called Castle Island. It's 14 miles from here. They're saying. Okay, so I could walk into there. I walked from the airport to Dedham, but I only did it once when I left the airport. Again, not having an income or a telephone. I didn't even have a Snap card then, by the way. Some dude went around giving out pretzels to us at the airport, and then the cops came and screamed at me to get out because it was different cops then. Because they were wicked mean in Quincy too. It was horrifying. That was 2011 and 2012, and then they started switching out their cops. But anyways, um, I walked from the airport back to the house, and the rest is complete betrayal, using a calling from Almighty God against me when you're supposed to be reading a book and not thinking stuff is strange. Okay, I gotta reverse the directions. Okay, so this is they're saying it's 10.9 miles by foot. Did I already do this? No, it was South Station, wasn't it? So it's only 1 mile more than they said South Station was. It's probably only a mile walk. It's really not that far from South Station. But Broadway is an incline, but it's not a far walk. It's just some people might go, this is fucking crazy. Walking a mile uphill is different than walking a flat mile. Yeah. Here's another thing you might find out that you wouldn't think. It's not that easy to walk down a hill. It uses different muscles. Some people have an issue walking down hills. It's just a different thing. Milton Street, High Park Ave. Thatcher Street. Tacoma Street. Blue Hill Ave. Jesus God. Columbia Road to Dorchester Street. All right, so what's the other buses? The 11? Let me see where the 11 goes. It's probably just goes to Boston. All right, MBTA. A train's not a bus, by the way. It's too expensive. I'd have to take the bus, even though they both. Well, that train goes right to South Station. That's why it was cool. I walked to the museum. Didn't I take that train to the South Station and then walk to the museum? I went to the theater, the movie theater. I went to Castle Island several times. I just kept going down there because it was 16 days of a free train. I did it almost every single day. I think only took one day off. So I went. It must have been a little bit concerning, but it also wasn't well advertised. But it's probably a little bit concerning when you make public transportation absolutely free and people still don't ride it. So you go like this, you go, these people don't need free trains. Right. Those people all have money. They don't need free trains. Get it? Right. So you do have some people that ride the commuter rail and they're clearly paying up the yin yang. But it is what it is. It has to be done. Nothing can be free. Because you saw what happened. They have free MBTA passes. They can ride whatever the fuck they want. Scary. Absolutely fucking scary. They are going to show you that they're going to get something free, and then it's explained to them why they're being euthanized. Okay, some of them look like children, but you see how they are. They're all the same. They're being raised like that. Every generation gets worse. They're just aggressive animals. All of it. Looks like I can still type in here. Looks like I'm on the MBTA for free. Looks like I have a tablet with 3 years free internet because they're not even people. Anybody that wants to constantly agitate you and throw shit in your face is fucking deranged. Couple that with 2 5-star Prince of the Nail and my hostage situation. Seriously, 6 murdered minors, my house taken, year 14. These are not people. These are heartless, deranged psychopaths who deserve to fucking die. I can tolerate breathing in some material, my knees being sore. I can take it. The way that it is on planet Earth, folks, that's why we all agreed to go down with the fucking Titanic. I don't know. These people missed the announcement, apparently. With the demands of things, maybe you should just spend some time. I mean, you don't pay for a fucking thing and you're in Boston. Maybe just enjoy things. Chauncey Street, Sumner Street. Oh, that. Oh God, these people literally can't walk anywhere. Jesus Christ! I know. I look at some of these things and go, "They have a bus there." When you ride that bus from when you ride that 32, you start to get a little bit annoyed. Sometimes, what is it, the 34, the 35, the 34E or something? You go, "Oh my fucking God!" But I mean, when you're on the bus, I guess you kind of get it. You wait, you're so used to waiting for your stop, but you just go, I might as well get off here because my stop's right there. But nope, ding, ding. But it might be because they are so used to waiting for their stop because you just go. It's funny because I'm usually like the starting and the beginning stop, the buses I would take. I take the ones that from Dedham Line and this one, and they're both terminal stops. So I don't really encounter that, to be honest with you. You go from there to Forest Hills and back. You go from there to Forest Hills and back. You go from the Fairmont line to South Station. That's it. You might get off at Newmarket on the way back, especially when it's free, and then wait the hour. Right. Because it was during the week because it was free. You wait the hour and then take it back because it's a grocery store. That was the fun 16 days. Just that's why I told him, I go, I get why you're stressed, but just so you know, that train right there goes right to a grocery store. All you got to do is walk there. You're never going to starve if your truck breaks and you can't fix it. Yeah. That's not even a food pantry. It's another Stop and Shop. It's actually better than the one in High Park. If you've never been to it, it's better than the one. I went there and found flaxseed meal that's not the golden flaxseed meal. They had dough when this Stop and Shop didn't have dough. It's bigger. Yeah. And there's other stores there too. Well, obviously, you somewhat have this like wicked irrational thought in your head that you might find Brian. It's right where Mass Ave is. No Brian. Just like when Jeremy and Derek and I went down there. Jeremy was like looking intense and everything. They're still going to say he just went somewhere. He just went somewhere? Okay. No one seems to know where he just went, but he went somewhere. All right, this goes nowhere, this bus. Anywhere, it just goes where South Station is. Yeah. This is one, it's called the, is this the 11? You just go right from South Station to City Point. So if people ever wanted to take that train or take that bus, the train is it's more expensive, but it goes right to South Station. And then you just get on the 11, it goes right. The bus terminal, you are going to have to walk though. It's not right there, but it's maybe a 10-minute walk to City Point from the bus. The If you took the 32, which is a bus, you'd have to go to Forest Hills and then get off it. You'd get up on the Orange Line to South Station, so you have to pay more. But yeah, it might not actually be cheaper because you got to take a bus and a train and then another bus. But don't they do that's part of the subway, so they do that thing. You only actually pay for a bus and a train. You wouldn't pay for the 11, right? You'd only pay for the 32 and the train. I can't keep track of this. Like I've never found out, and once I found out I remember, but you probably just pay for a bus and a train. It's called a transfer. Right. So you probably wouldn't even pay for the 11. But it's more things you got to do. So that's what is it for the isn't it like 275 and then I think it's basically like isn't it like $5 or $6 round trip if you have to take a train and a bus? That's $6 as opposed to it's like $9 or something. It's like $7 or $9, and then you'd still have to take a bus which isn't a transfer because that's the commuter rail. The only way that's good is if you're going to walk from South Station, which is what I would do. I wouldn't take another bus. I wouldn't take a train and a bus. Walk 10 minutes, walk around. But I mean, say you were only going to walk a mile, yeah, that's a reason to do it because it's a nice walk. It's the ocean at City Point. So it's if you can't get yourself to walk some places, some of it's because it's shit. It's nothing but houses and cars and noise. Yeah, so if you have a car and you're at the food pantry and you take this train and you're going to pay the money because some people have money, say you got like you have a disability pass, you don't pay any of that. You don't pay any of that with the disability pass, but the commuter rail, you probably have to get a ticket ahead of time. If you have one of those credit card things, you just do everything online. Once you have that disability pass, I'm sure you must be able to load it online. It's different than my life. They will not allow me to get anything even a reduced rate. They're completely monstrously insane. It's just they will not accept that God is explaining to them that they're extremely mentally ill. Okay, like year 14. And by they, I mean every person that's doing it. Every person that's doing it, they will not accept that they're clearly extremely mentally ill. You shouldn't have a goal in life to keep a woman destitute and unable to go anywhere or talk to anybody. That's extremely mentally ill. That shouldn't be a goal in life. So, anyway, they will not allow me to do things, and then they keep making sure that they can do it, and they do it without paying for anything because they are monstrously insane. So so far, none of that has gotten them to realize that they're insane and just stop everything they're doing. So cancer comes and they die. It's good for like people around them to know that, their family and stuff. If they didn't know that their family member was sick like that, and they understand when the person dies. So it's difficult to tell sometimes who these people are. Okay, so I explained the all powerful ones, and then when you're all powerful, you'd be surprised the things that you can do, like close a Charlie store on the very day that I was going to go there with my proof from the DTA office when I had an income to get a reduced fare. Because that means I probably did qualify for it because I was getting my DTA on a disability, and it would make the MBTA like half price to me, which it should be because I was only getting 401 a month. So when people get half off of MBTA based on low income, that does nothing for a woman who's destitute. Okay. Um, right. And also, these people are aware that you can't make anything free. Because it was all explained about people being criminally ill and trying to take over the United States of America and stuff. Okay, so I'm caught in the middle of something that is, to me, profoundly insane. But I understand it, and I will say this: that I literally take the side of the people following the U.S. Constitution and that have the commerce and the drive. Just so people know that. If I had to pick a fraction, yeah, because these other people are insane. Uh, that is not something you want here. It's very, very dangerous, and nothing about it is good. I've interacted with many of these people. Okay, so they're as scary as I've explained to you. And that should be a way for you to understand that. That's a way for you to understand that nothing that they're presenting to you is the truth, or is it good? Because why are they treating me like that? I'm the literal poor. Right. So far, it hasn't helped in terms of the youth that they have broiled up into what they're doing. So those people are sick too and have to be put down. So children are not shields. And it's been 16, 17 years of this. So that came to fruition over the course of 17 years as all of those people that were children have now grown up. And you have normal Americans' children now being brutalized by not only those criminals, but their children that are now adults. So I think that the people with the weaponry know all that. Okay. And if they don't, really slap them in the face and get them to snap out of it now in terms of the disassociations, because um, this latest thing with the free, the half off for low income, they still would never in a day have anything to say about the actual poor. They don't believe in that. They believe in killing the poor. Um, it's just a profound insanity. They will always view themselves as poor. No matter how much money they have, no matter what they don't pay for, they still think they're poor. It's like a mental derangement. So, in terms of primates, it probably is a mix up. It means something in a monkey, in a primate jungle, that their remaining brain matter is twisting into other words. All right, so the green line was disrupted because they might be getting half off, but it doesn't mean that the services they get are going to be good. This is one of the things, too. These people that live in these cities like that are so sick that they will keep thinking that you're forcing people to walk. This is all because they're not out here. Oh, yeah. This is about getting people walking and getting people moving around, and they'll walk 10 feet to another stop and then get back on a thing. And they will just keep doing that year after year after year. That's all you have to do is a train stops and we walk 10 feet and get back on another train. That's all you have to do. That's walking. I'm sure they probably listen to them talking. This is about this, and then we walk over here, and then we walk there. This is about getting people up and walking. Really? Because that chick she just went zoop, 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 zoop. She's been doing it for 3 months now. There's probably a bunch of people I don't even know about because they live outside of Dedham and High Park. or they walk at a different time than I do, right? And they're just sort of like, we're really kind of all set with all that because we have money and there's a grocery store right there. Yeah, like you guys are a little bit confused because we're not Mary Gladys. I mean, we see what you're doing to her, but we're not her. We didn't renounce. No, nope. You have like what's called a false sense of reality. Some of these people locked into collecting Social Security way before 2011. Right? And then some of them got lawyers, and I don't know when they actually stopped giving Social Security at all, but uh, they're all set with all that. They don't, they ignore you about this business with the tablets and the free phones and the free train passes and all that. They ignore you, but you're not going to come venturing out into the suburbs. You need to stay in the cities. Right. That's part of what Brian was doing, trying to encourage people to stay in Quincy and you can drink alcohol at the library and go to the concerts. It's 49 now. It's starting to cool off already. That was a Oh, I closed that window. It's starting to get warm again. I go, let's see. Nor'easter. I need to crack my back. I actually do. I can't remember what day it was. I had a concern because it was during my blitz. And I felt a little bit like I did that day. I tried to go up the hill in July of 2022 and went, oh no. Like I want the nukes because I want these people dead. Obviously. I mean, really? Um, um, but you just go, oh no, because I want to finish my routine. It's all about the traps. Once my traps hurt, I know there's an issue. It has something to just do with generalized fatigue or something. It's just something that my body does when I know you just go, whoa, am I being radiated right now? Just, I still remember it. I was like, it's going to be 98 degrees or something today, right? And so I decide I'm ready to carry water bottles up that hill. I could probably do it now, but I'm scarred from this. I decide it's time to carry some water bottles up that hill and I'll stop at the store at the beginning of the walk. I had to keep stopping on 138 on the hill and it shocked me that never, like, I shouldn't say it never. It hadn't happened to me in what, a year, and I because of the heat. But it's not just the heat. I mean, it's hot, but that's not that hot. It's from the ionizing radiation. And I just went, what is going on? It like scared me. I didn't feel dizzy, but it was just the time that we were having a heat wave and I walked the Dedham walk and had a frozen 1 liter. There was like cops outside in their uniforms standing there. I'm like, you guys are gonna pass out. Right. Just yeah. I was good until it thawed out. And by the time I was almost to Oakdale Center. I almost passed out. Yeah, I just remembered again. It happened to me last year in Quincy. Yeah, because of just the radiation and stuff. And I just went, I could tell everything was starting to get lighter. And I'm like, can I just sit over there? Yeah, and it was that Ian guy's like, yeah, I go, I feel like I'm gonna pass out. So they're probably not doing too good out there already, and it's only April. It's worse out there. Yeah, that was just, and they're forced to be outside, right? But anyways, you just that's why it's such a damnation. These other people are hauled up in houses and stuff, and with air conditioning, and we're being forced out in it like we're test cases or something. You just go, oh my god, whatever. So yeah, I mean, you had that day that happened to me. I had that flu where I was sleeping all the time, and then we had the one where we all had norovirus and we were all vomiting all over the place, and Karen wouldn't stop crapping herself. That was spooky. Talk about symptoms of colon cancer. She could have something going on. She had to have her gallbladder removed. She may have intestinal cancer, right? Because that's clearly a symptom of small bowel cancer and large bowel cancer, clearly from the stuff we're watching. And when everyone's sick at the same time, it can get confusing at first. But I don't remember anybody else pooping like that. And then she had emergency gallbladder surgery after that. So yeah. Like that was the night that I was vomiting like every 10 minutes, and she was on a toilet every 10 minutes. And it, not to sound gross, but you could hear it. And you just go, how does a person have that much inside of her? She was probably wondering that too. Because you only vomit so many times. I know, and then it's just the dry heaves over and over again. Just imagine someone with my amount of muscles too. Oh, it's painful. That was not good. I don't know, man. It's gonna be a toss up now. I'm supposed to test those now that I know they're protein bars. I haven't done it yet because they're not actually cookies. I was thinking they were all this time. I went by Star Market twice, I think, and I didn't stop and see if they had those cookies because I thought they were cookies, but they're protein bars. Maybe they taste wicked good. I don't know that yet. If a private person donated them, they're probably good. If they taste bad, it was probably a store, just like I said, because their customers won't buy it. So they gave us a bag of junk when I was in New Mexico, me and Rock Hudson. I gave him the Red Bull. They was I mean a Red Bull. It was like they're insane and they made up a bag for drug addicts. Like they think that's funny. That's the outside food. Because they obviously hate people that are homeless. So it was like protein bars, a Red Bull, a thing of frozen ham. They know we don't want to eat pork, and a loaf of bread. I'm not kidding you. I ate the whole thing of ham. I had to have food. I had to eat something. But I did. I tried some of those protein bars. They're disgusting, and I gave Rock Hudson the Red Bull. I don't drink Red Bull. Obviously, maybe that's why he was zap 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 aliens because maybe he doesn't generally drink it either. I don't know. Aliens, you don't have any friends. What the hell? she's going to make you lose all your friends. She was hanging out with Rock Hudson. I got to stop listening to toilets and drug addicts. Really. I say zap. He wasn't saying zap. He was making a zap noise. Sounded just like a laser. Zap, zap, zap. Aliens. Zap, zap, zap. Aliens. Just every time with the same intensity because that's an actor. There's aliens. Is this bothering you? He was like so concerned. It was just like that Carol Burnett thing. He was like so concerned. I'm like, no, no, honestly, you're not bothering me at all. I just told you to sit there because you're smoking that thing that smells gross. I mean, I don't want you sleeping on the bench with me, but no, you're not bothering me at all. I sleep. I'm a very heavy sleeper. Yeah, like it's not bothering me that you're sitting there. I don't care about the aliens over and over again. Yeah, like I don't know if he grew up in an ADHD household or something, but that's what they do to people. And then I said something about going to Quincy and going to the shelter on Broad Street. He goes, I'm never gonna remember that. I go, you're not gonna remember a street called Broad? That's why people talk to me. Didn't they say he notoriously couldn't remember his lines? Right. Little things like that. Yeah. Just I'm never gonna remember that. You're not gonna remember a street called Broad? Anyways, we got Bugsy Siegel. We had James Cagney. They murdered James Cagney. Met him too, more than once. He was a wicked nice guy. His name was Mike. He got that real skinny, and then he died. He probably died from lung cancer, and everyone said he was a drug addict. That's what they do. That is what they do. It's some sort of insanity. That's why I don't want to hear the word homeless. Right? You just go. It doesn't. It's like aphasia. It means you're Holocaust victims. Some of them use drugs, but you go. Some of these people are dying from cancer. Blair did not die from drugs. He wasn't a drug addict. He had like liver cancer. I am not kidding you. It doesn't matter what is going on. They call everybody a drug addict. You just go. He died from liver cancer. That's why he turned yellow like that. A drug addict just turns yellow like that. I never saw him on drugs or drinking. Never heard him talking about. I've met drug addicts. That's all they talk about is drugs. And some of them are mentally ill. That's why all they're talking about is drugs. Okay, so you're not really understanding what's going on, I think, if you're still doing that. But I'm watching the sun over there. I think I'm already, no, there's a little bit of glare right there, but I think I'm past the main. Well, it's only 6:08. Why does it seem different than yesterday? Because that curtain hasn't changed. That one has. Interesting. That one's exactly in the same spot because it never fell down. This one is higher because I looped it over the shade instead of pegging it like that one. It's reflecting on this basket today too, which is a little bit annoying. It's actually making a reflection on that thing. It could have been doing that yesterday because there might have been clothes there. I move stuff around when I'm picking out my clothes. So. I'll have to make sure that's covered up tomorrow. This must be about the time where it's right there. But it's there briefly, but it's kind of, if I'm like this, I'm not really getting it. If the sun continues to go like this, it's going to be a problem again because it'll be right there, I assume. In the summer, that's not going to work. I'm going to have to lower the shade in the summer because it gets hot. That's not going to help me with heat. Oh yeah, in the summer, that's got to be down in the summertime. Remember at the other house, I'd have to go in and put up sheets in those two windows because Candy had curtains like that, but they go in the middle and go down. And so the top part, because she was on the second floor, so in theory, it's still privacy, but light comes in. Yeah, there was pretty much like kitchen curtains she was using there. It's not really going to be like those people learn to shut the fuck up because they're all going to die. You're not going to have to worry about them shutting the fuck up. Right. Just, I know. Like, you would think that at first, like, just give these people just 100 trillion fucking dollars and watch them still act like that. They will. That's what I just told you. They will still keep acting like they're poor, and they'll act like I'm rich when I've been destitute for 13 fucking years. It's a mental insanity of hatred where these words don't mean what they're saying. What the hell is that? That is spooky. Can you see that? To me, yeah, it obviously looks like someone doing this, like Brian Buchanan. That is spooky right there. Or an Easter bunny. Yeah. Yeah, where's the stout now? If it's a bunny. Remember that cloud in the sky, and I took a picture of it. Now it looks like a Martian with its mouth open. It's like Albuquerque, New Mexico, almost like an X. Yeah, is it supposed to be the X saw X? Some people don't. Yeah, they never can be like. in the kingdom of heaven. So God's going to transition them into another form. Like in Albuquerque, New Mexico, it's commonplace to have shit like that going on, and people will still act like that's. They will just go, I don't understand what's going on. Right. You don't understand what's going on there? It looks like an X, or it's someone going like this. And then people go, oh, yeah, whatever. Oh, yeah, whatever. You guys have got to go, oh, yeah, whatever. So, and then I still stay like this. Okay, you are definitely going to die. Anyways, remember that one I had the picture of him and he looked like he was in one of those boats. What are those things called? In the tree at the other house. That was on the other phone and they destroyed all those photos. Is that your LGM 30-minute man? Well, it seemed funny, like, get it, the Minute Man, like Brian. It says it's part of their nuclear triad. Well, some things mean different things to me, but sometimes I don't know if you're making up stuff or what, right? But different things mean different things, things to me. But is that your LGM 30-minute man? They're not going to answer me. They're random people on the internet. Remember that I took a picture of it in the tree? Not this thing at the other house. Yeah, maybe he comes around when I'm Uber training or something. I don't know. Think it's quite time for that yet. All right, let's see. Nor'easter to bring rain, winds, plowable snow to Massachusetts. Are you doing retraction now? I'm sure. I'm sure after that display, you would probably retract a whole bunch of statements at this point. What just happened? Every fat cat comment, retract, retract. What is it? Cat fart, retract, retract. An April nor'easter is headed our way, expected to bring rain, wind, and plowable snow. That's actually going to be fun for people that are getting snow. So A little bit of relief if people aren't feeling well. Ugh. Yeah, it makes sense if people do like sweets and stuff, and they notice that it makes them feel better. Yeah. If you were wondering about other people, it's because um, people like myself, it's my body is conditioned so that when I do activity, it releases glycogen into my bloodstream. So it's kind of the same thing. Like glycogen gets converted to glucose and then I use it. But I have to be doing something. Yeah, because it's got to come from my liver and not my muscles. But, and then eventually your muscles get used up, and I don't want my muscles to like burn away. That's why it's a whole diet I'm supposed to follow. I have to have like all that fat to burn. Yeah, like because there's only going to be so much glycogen that comes out. Yeah, and then after that, you're either going to burn body fat or you've got something you've got to eat, and the fat fills you up. So it helps with the forcing your liver to release it. It's just a whole thing that works. I'm like overheated right now. I got to open that window, and I'm in a thermo, and I've got a blanket on me because I'm used to the winter. And now I'm laying down again, and I'm like, I guess I interpret things in different ways, so it just depends. Like, I mean, I guess you might go, "Oh, Massasoit," because I was looking at the statue, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. But my thing goes back like before that. I'm not sure there was a Massasoit back way back then, right? So, Anaxanamu. It's like a godsman. I could see that, but I don't know what's going on with Brian. Like, it would be really funny, like a minute man, get it? He doesn't look like that though, but like it's just funny with the thing and Minuteman, and but it could be something about nuclear, and it also has to do with my Godsman that I took a picture of when he was in it. I think he's typically in one of those. I don't know if it's called the gondolier. He's typically in one of those. Yeah, if you see one, then that's your guard. That's your guardsman. They have a gondola monastery in India. They supposedly have a vase there, yeah. Something about chariots. Something called Gondola Fort. The core, I'm sure probably means like thinker. This is the one I was thinking about. I guess it's called the Sharon. start scaring the shit out of people. Yeah, some of that stuff is probably not for some people. Yeah, just what the fuck? People. That's why people get afraid of birds. You tell them a story about a bird, and they start flipping out when there's birds around. Took a picture of my godman in a gondola like in 2021, and I'm not dead yet, so try to relax. Right, but if I become dead, just rest assured I'm on a cruise. Okay? You can't keep keeping me destitute when I'm on a cruise. Okay? For real. Eventually shit does end. Let's see.
Okay, we're gonna make a delicious mac and cheese. This is gonna be next level. It's gonna blow your socks off. Hi, I'm Emily, a scavenger. On the hospital here in Stoughton, its roots date back to 1927. Here we are in 2024, and there are no patients being treated, and now concerns about the impact on
That's
the health
sad, huh?
systems.
100 years.
An eerily quiet campus now that the New England Sinai Hospital officially closes its doors. The long-term care and rehab facility, one of the hospitals owned by the troubled Stewart Healthcare. Barry Gould served on the Patient Family Advisory Council at the hospital. He says the closure will impact patients in the area.
I think it's going to be difficult for patients who have to get being displaced. I think that's probably just facility waiting
Stewart blamed low reimbursement rates from government programs and skyrocketing expenses for the hospital's closure in a letter to the state. It's one of the examples of the parent company's faltering finances, putting several community hospitals in jeopardy.
Remember when like 80% of Greece went on a work strike and 20% of people would not stop a system? Remember that? That's how insane these animals are. Either that or 80% of people thought 20% of people should work till they die and they sit around. I know you just go, it's hard to tell sometimes. Yeah.
Services lost an adult daycare center providing services for Alzheimer's and dementia patients.
Adult day health centers are an invaluable source of resources for caregivers or someone with Alzheimer's or dementia. And unfortunately, since the COVID pandemic, we've been losing a lot of adult day health centers.
Yeah. That is kind of, I guess, an unfortunate aspect of all of this because there's more people with dementia. And right, some people wouldn't just use that all day long. They would just use it so they could get a break for a couple of hours. So that is one of the unfortunate features about that I would agree. It's just when you don't have the people to run the place and you just, your entire system is basically falling apart. Right. And it's like I said, you go, some of these people, they don't actually work or anything, and they don't provide any care to their family. And by family, I mean your parents. I really don't think that people should be obligated to care for siblings. I think that's fucking outrageous and insane. I think also when you try to make people care for people that won't allow them to live a life, I think you're really out of your effing mind and definitely being put the fuck down. Like, some people probably think this has something to do with the transition plan because they're not really getting it. People canceled the transition plan and they won't stop murdering people. Okay, so stuff is closing and it helps these people understand that there's no medical care for them. Okay, that was part of a transition plan, not people keep agreeing to keep you alive when you will not stop trying to overthrow the United States of America. Okay, that is fucking insane. We've clearly learned that these people do not have the brain capacity to be doctors and nurses. Okay, you might have had an occasional, probably nurse that was wacko, and then those people became brain sick, like the ones at Faulkner Hospital. Those weren't doctors. Okay, so um, you just don't have doctors. That would be first, and then nurses. And your nurses have been on strike for a long, long, long time. And then these people tried to train their own people. Like, they opened up their own medical facilities. And I think some of them did it because they thought it was part of a transition plan. There was like, there must have been no communication. Everybody just was in sort of a disassociation because had anybody discussed it openly, you would have found out, like I found out from those people at the shelter, they have nothing to do with the transition plan. Okay? It's just shocking. And you just, uh, God had people doing that, in my opinion, to lessen the fear and the impact of what has happened. Okay. And then we're all sort of eased into this thing where thermonuclear weapons have to be used. Obviously, since they do whatever they want and they're violent, you don't know. But so far, from my point of view, they probably just don't even think that's going on. Or God thinks that other people are being killed. Like, they literally, that's why I wanted to know. When they started doing this, in their mind, did they think that God was telling them that all the whites are going to die? That's your immune system. Who would know to ask that question until now, right? And then you would know by the look on their face. And then you go, you're white blood cells? Did you see my, up here, did you see my Godsman? You might want to rewind the live stream.
Now, we reached out to Stewart for comment and did not hear back. In a letter to the state back in January, it did.
They might say that too, because they've got to be in whatever delusion keeps them calm because they're so dangerous. I don't have to be in a delusion since I don't harm anybody. And the word became flesh, anyways. Um, I don't really worry about that stuff. Like I said, if someone was going to actually murder you, clearly that process would be scary. Like, is what the hell is going on? And is this going to hurt? This person's killing me. And then clearly, I'm not concerned about my future, if that makes sense. I don't want to die. That's not really dying. I don't want to. It's just, I'm not really concerned. Just, maybe that's what the guy from the Framingham policeman, he's probably just like, you are so, seriously are like a deer walking around here. You are so naive. That's probably what he was thinking. He's like, I'm not concerned about much, believe me. He's probably seen some seriously fucked up shit. Like, there's no way in hell that these people are not being killed by God. These people are fucked. They just denied you water, and you're asking me about if I'm concerned about my everlasting life. But I mean, this is what it was. He said something about if I say the magic words or something. Like, I don't think he was really a human being, but I mean, I could see his point of view. And then you go, Me, I don't know. He could be being sarcastic. Like, that's what these people are. You have to say please and thank you and bow down to them. It has nothing to do with even U.S. commerce. That's what would happen without a commerce system. That's why we can't do it. Everybody tried that. Anybody that's seen tried it. And you just got the shock of your fucking life and you went like idolatry. What happens if the government doesn't print any money? Well, I'm not going to just let people take stuff. What? Maybe she might go, that's what I meant, because see what happened? They cleared all the fucking shelves like animals. Well, that's not really what you said, but obviously, just agree to agree and not keep an argument. I have my own point of view about things that I don't like to really get into. I don't like to upset good people, right? So yeah, but yeah, they might go marry. It really doesn't matter. Like if you think we're gonna transition because this, that, and the other, we're still not gonna turn into that. Like we understand your fear about actually just being completely honest about what you think, but we're still not gonna turn into that. It wouldn't even I concur, like it wouldn't even matter for me if I was gonna die. Why would I all of a sudden turn into that? Like I don't know. I don't know if all of the species do that or they don't. Yeah, I don't know that because I'm me. You get what I'm saying? Like that's why I get concerned. Like if you know you're gonna if you know you're gonna transition, are you gonna turn into those things, or would you tell me if you were gonna do that? Just there's enough of those already. But it's probably something like you trust God about the Passover, but you wouldn't turn into them probably because you're not mentally retarded. Yeah, like your psyche is probably like a primate, but or you're gonna transition into something else that's not even a primate. That's possible, but you are not like that. Is like psychopathically deranged. Yeah, like why are you people destroying the greatest country on earth? Like why are you trying to destroy the United States of America? They can't tell you. It's like kind of just insane. I heard like a big thump. It's been wicked quiet today.
To the state they would not leave patients without any sort of alternative care. Now, this Wednesday, Senator Markey is hosting a congressional hearing at the State House to address for-profit healthcare companies and the impact on healthcare. Live in Stoughton, Sarah Conji, WCBB News Center 5. Sarah, thank you. Folks.
Right, and then you find out that the alternative care is like the CVS mini clinic. I'm not kidding you. Right, like they tell you something, but then they leave a door open. They're probably afraid of people flipping out because it is a weird thing just to go, we don't, there is nothing. Right, like it is a weird thing to do that. I agree because people like you still feel bad for people after everything, but um, yeah, they're probably talking about palliative care, the CVS mini clinic. Do they still have like their primary care physicians? Because those aren't hospitals generally. It's like a medical facility. Yeah, I mean, if you're a person who hasn't used a doctor in 5 years, it's not a time to panic all of a sudden. I don't mean me. I mean other people. Um, Ruly party. What is this?
And we're getting two very different sides of the story from police and the folks who were at that party. Now, police say there were about 70 people there. You can see in this video at that party when they were called to Sumner Square in Dorchester around 4 in the morning on Sunday.
They're like fighting everybody.
At that hour, when they tried to break up the party, They say a 20-year-old from Mattapan refused to put down a box that was playing the music, and then they say he swung it at an officer, injuring them. They say a woman ran toward the officers at that point, and police say a violent struggle ensued where they took her into custody. We have video showing them taking her into custody. Those suspects, they were in court here today, and they say the police
Okay, it
were
looks like some of
appropriate
them are
arresting them
female
for
police.
that.
Yeah, it always. Yeah, that one's definitely a female. I always feel uncomfortable about watching cops throw a woman to the ground like that. It's just weird because of things that have happened after the stuff with people being tased. What happened to me? No cop threw me to the ground or anything, no. But it's just obviously, yeah, you get a little, you don't want to really laugh at something like that. And it's like, God forbid you found out later that it was like one of those incidents.
Situation, they just cuss back at us and not trying to trying to manhandle a lot of us because a lot of us are smaller than that, obviously.
Now, the three suspects, Miguel Martinez, Lucas Santos, and Stephanie Ilma, were all arraigned on a variety of charges today, including assault and battery.
It sounds
Assault,
dirty,
assault,
yeah.
battery with a dangerous weapon.
Like what he was
They were
saying.
all released on their own recognizance this afternoon. Those
They
suspects
started it. That's what happens when you put a word and then your whole mind is dirty, the whole thing.
back in court.
That's what happens.
Live in Dorchester, Peter Leopolis, WCB News Center.
But it's like, it's not supposed to be like sexual. I think that's the difference between sex offenders and, yeah, like even if they're making a dick joke, it's not supposed to make you aroused. Like it's not, you get it? Anyway, when the other species is gone, you're not going to sit around looking at everybody's dick. That's not what I mean, but yeah, like I think that actually my species is a little less fixated on pots and stuff. Yeah, so it's just when yeah, like anytime you're not like in a relationship with a person, it's just ugh, what is that, right? Like it's to me like when those what like the thing where the wiener guy is sending pictures of you, like why am I being sent a picture of a penis? Like so the guy is laying on the ground. Yeah, like he doesn't even have a penis at this point. He's laying on the ground. Okay, he's in like a tan coat, like he's being like a lion, and his hair is all big, and he has a big beard, and he's all drunk, and he gets up and he talks, and he sounds like a Jewish man, and he's all it just his whole personality is funny to me. And then he's talking to me. He's offering me if I need money, cigarettes, and then he's telling me he has a step. Like that's where he sleeps. I got a spot at the Braintree uh, train station. I got a step. Like he's telling me he's sleeping on a step at the Braintree train station, and yeah, he just seemed cute. Like that's not ooh, is he that a penis over there? Like it's just the whole way that some people think and function is definitely like mania and sex offender stuff. So, anyways, you don't care about that till you like you don't even really know until you're like I guess going out and you're holding hands and stuff. That's why you keep courting. Otherwise, maybe you do that for a week. Sometimes you probably only do it for a week and then go, yeah, like I'm not really, yeah. Like if he's wicked dysfunctional, he wouldn't know how to actually say that. That's why it's good to go out with someone that's functional and sober. But like, yeah, you'd just be like, you would know if it was getting more or less. Because it was like as soon as I was going out with him, it was like a little bit sort of embarrassing on my part. The hair, put hand on a leg, holding hands, kissing, the hair, hand on a leg. Anyways, Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about that until the crypt. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know anything about it at all. I think he said something, and it actually was like sex offender. Like he sounded like that gross Derek guy. I was like, "You're actually telling me about your okay." I mean, did you hear me go? Oh man, do you have any idea how small my bleep is? Pretty damn small. So, anyways, I wouldn't know anything about that until the crypt. Pants on the ground, pants on the ground. That after that is when he said he wanted to marry me legally. Yeah. So, anyways, that's why you don't know. So you don't know if a person is like manic and is pants on the ground like everywhere. You don't know that. It's like such a disgusting mental disorder. And then you find out about this benzo stuff, and you're like, yeah. So, anyways, not good to go out with someone that's not in sobriety because you don't know any of that stuff. Like you have to believe them and trust them, and then all of a sudden you go, really, dude, pants on the ground, and you just left a hospital like that. I would think pants on the ground, and that's why you wouldn't take off on me anyway. But again, that's why these people, all of this, and the fact that no one has seen him. So it's like a pretty severe damnation, as weird as that seems to people. I never said that people weren't damned for what happened with the children. I never said that. But it just gets worse and worse and worse, you go. So this seriously has nothing to do with anything she ever did as a mother. This is purely some sort of just horrifying, profound, gross insanity by people in power. Okay. People in power, her ex husband, the woman that he was with, his entire family, clearly, because they live in Massachusetts. Okay. And I'm like on the ground, and his family, entire family lives in Massachusetts. So you just, things can be shocking. And you, at first, you go, that doesn't make any sense. There's going to be something wrong with her. Da 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 da. There's something wrong with some people, but it's not me. I don't know. I mean, because at some point in time, all of a sudden I could see all these people's Facebook pages, but it doesn't mean they're real. Is Jerry's page real? Right. And you just go, what the? Right. Because you would think that they all Exodus 20 and ended up Holocausted, and none of us had any way to communicate with each other. Because I remember I was trying to Facebook friend his family. I mean, I'm really not that fucked up, you know. And then Facebook told me that I was trying to friend people I don't know. My hand to God, in like 2011 or 2012, they were already doing that. I don't know them. That's Al's fucking family. What do you mean I don't know them? Oh yeah. So that, who knows? They may have done that to them when they tried to talk to me. And then at first you're just frustrated, and then you don't know what to do. I think she has a different phone number now, but at one point in time, something happened before I came up here where she told me that they called her or something because something came up their name with the bankruptcy. So I don't know if there's people that in the military something that are fucked up and were doing fucked up things. I have no idea because it didn't make any sense to me. That was before 2011, right? Like, or was Al's family told Al that someone was contacting them about her bankruptcy? What? I know you just go, someone's contacting you about her personal finances? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, I mean, there are some fucked up people, man. You go, does that have anything to do with your new girlfriend running background checks on people, Al? Or just there was already psychopaths doing fucked up shit already that far back? In hindsight, you go, oh yeah, when people are psychopathically insane, who the fuck knows? All I know is clearly this isn't fucking normal, right? And you just go, I don't know if they holocausted them or the whole family is nothing but animals that are fucking deranged and insane. His whole entire mother's side of the family lives in fucking Massachusetts, and I've been here. This will be the 14th year. Believe me, after what I went through with this family, it's probably the same thing. It's an extinction. So some people are really weird. They don't believe anybody's anybody. And then if someone cut me all off of the internet, these people never even saw 2 5 star because you just go, oh my fucking God. Have you seen Mary's fucking Facebook page? We're all gonna fucking die. We're fucking doomed. But they would just flip out one day and then the next day they would make up something else. Probably just like her. They may all have fucking dementia just like she does. I watched like Candy's daughter lose her fucking mind. Remember that? You abandoned those kids. That was in 2017. I don't think I've talked to her since. No, that's not true. I saw it at like the Thanksgiving thing at the church before she moved out of Dedham. After she had that kid, she had like her seventh kid. She wouldn't stop having children. It was like bizarre. She just kept having them one after the other, and she kept going for cancer treatments and having kids in between cancer treatments. That's clearly a sick person. Yeah, that's definitely a facet of mania going on right there. So, anyways, they got a Section 8 and moved into a fucking house because they had 7 kids in a fucking apartment, public housing apartment in O'Brien Way. That's the one whose daughter they gave a fucking Section 8 to. Sickening. Absolutely fucking sickening. And then she'll probably produce 5 kids that are all going to die too. Never work a fucking day in her life. So. Well, these things were forced to admit that they've been blocking people's communications for at least a fucking decade. Right? So you just go, none of the shit they try to say means anything to me. Here's a thing on emphasized too, and I'm sure Alex would concur with this because when I saw Patrick in 2020, he goes, oh, I definitely would have, talked to you because he didn't have the same phone. My phone service was shut off because I had his phone number. We were texting back and forth in 2019. I know they shut my fucking phone service off, and he probably still didn't even have the same phone. I don't even think he had a phone in 2020. He was living under a bridge. But like as a friend, right? Probably Alex too. That whole 11 months when he ended up in Allie's house, He would have just not talked to me had I had a way to talk to him. That's a bunch of fucking horseshit. Right. You just go, there there wouldn't be, in my opinion, a reason that Brian Buchanan would do that. And then after all that shit was going on, he wouldn't somehow find a way to go to let me know if he was living. I know you that cannot make fucking sense. It's just like anything else. So when people decide to do something this criminally insane, all you can do is wait for them to fucking die. I don't know what they thought anybody would do, but I'm sure like sick fantasies and stuff become more and more disappointing as time goes on. Right? I'm sure they become more and more. I told you, you people haven't gotten anything about musing since the summer of 2022. It's been 2 years almost. It's April now. I told you over the summer, and I think I said it as soon as I was going out with Brian, that I wasn't going to talk about my personal life because that's not a muse. That was a real boyfriend and then a fiance for marriage. Not I'm going to sit there making up sex stories about my own boyfriend and sharing them with people. Right. So you're at a complete standstill with me for now 2 years. It'll be 2 years, probably what, August, maybe September. There was a couple of months with that. I was mixing up Rock Hudson with that John Dubbins guy. And it's now been like, that was like what, of 2022, like September or August of 2022. It's 2024. It hasn't been a year since the last time I saw Brian, by the way. We started going out, I think it was May. Yeah, May of 2023. This came up on my walk a little bit ago, and I might be mixing it up with shit that you people are trying to make up is going on. Right? Like that God only lets this go about a year. That's when I'm like MMing somebody. Right. And then God makes sure that I know what's going on. So I stop doing it because he knows I don't like that. Okay. So I've never been doing that with Brian because of the nature of what happened. When we were going out, God pointed out to me not to do that with him. It's something you do when you're celibate, not when you're in a relationship. When you're in a relationship, it's important to actually talk to the person and not be doing that. Okay, because it just becomes riddled with like insecurities, and you need to be just in a relationship, present in it, talking. So I wasn't doing that with him. And then after what happened at the hospital, clearly I wouldn't be able to do that because it's just too upsetting. So I've never been doing that with him. It's just nothing. Absolutely nothing. Right. And yeah, like I can still write otherwise, but it's just I don't think God has me doing it, and I don't want to do it because it's a standstill about shutting off my communications. Right. So, and then there's the problem with people thinking they're in a private relationship with me when they're not. So, I think that God isn't going to allow this to go on too much longer because it's so fucking insane. It's like this, it's insane, and there's no way for people to force me to like go to Quincy and shit and restart some sort of a cycle that doesn't exist. Okay, so each year it's been like less and less, culminating to not doing that. Like this bullshit has to fucking end. So again, I'm just warning you people that clearly you're in the process of having to stop doing it. and turning the communications back on. Like, even if you were going to keep nuking people, we don't need to have our communication shut off for that. So, anyways, part of communicating is having this, and then anybody that has access to the internet looks for people, especially like people like Emily. That when I met her, she had just got a phone, so I'm sure she started doing that too. Because nobody has phone numbers. No one knows where anybody is. People just got phones. They don't have phone numbers. They don't have emails. Clearly, what you've done with Facebook is fucking insane. Um, like, say that you just took me off of Facebook and you started letting other people use Facebook, they're gonna know you're doing it. It's an impossible fucking thing because they go, look, we just want to know if you killed her. Is she dead? Because she's always online. That's all she does. That is all she does. She sits at a library all day long typing on a laptop. And when she's not in Quincy, she's on the social media like that. So if we are all allowed back on Facebook, where is Mary Lagore? Because she's not on Facebook. You can't even do stuff where I post and you filter and edit because I'm not on Facebook. Just like Brian Buchanan. You completely deleted his Facebook page and now there's no Brian Buchanan on Facebook. Am I supposed to believe that he's on Facebook, but he blocked me? He blocked me on a page he can't even find me on? Get it? That's not fucking possible. So you did the same fucking thing to him because of your criminal insanity. One thing that's good about your fucking brutal insanity is that it's not going to be successful in anything that you're fucking doing for just that reason. It's even worse with me. Anybody that is ever knows anything, it's like Aaron Carter. People knew why Aaron Carter went gone because his family announced he died. You don't even have that with me. People just go, where the fuck is Mary? It's been almost 2 years since she posted to her Facebook. She doesn't have a SNAP food card in Massachusetts. They're probably doing the same fucking thing with me that they were doing with Brian. And then finally people go, I am having nothing to fucking do with you people. Don't even attempt to fucking talk to me. You people didn't like social distancing from the beginning. You're really not going to like it now. This is the other thing you did too, is you made up some other fucking Brian Buchanan that's supposedly a bodybuilder. Like, you're completely fucking deranged. And that was supposed to be fucking funny, right? Well, it's not. So, anyways, They didn't like social distancing at all. Nope. And it's going to be way worse now. Just, I don't want to be rude, but I don't have to talk to you, right? Okay. Or you just go like that. I mean, clearly, if it's the cops, you can't ignore the cops, but you just okay. So this isn't like a warrant or anything. Okay, all due respect, but just really all I want to know is about 6 kidnapped children and Brian Buchanan, if they're even living. Like it's been really. I mean, this is the 14th year of this, so there's clearly ways that people can find out about people if they're living or not. They just choose not to do it. So I just can't. I understand people are trying to hide in various pretend worlds, and I'm not doing that. Yeah, like it's beyond mentally insane now. Like I said, this bullshit with Brian is the complete final straw with me. So it's just probably a lot of people like something has happened to them personally, or they just go, now her fiance just disappeared. Like it's not just he broke up with her and she went to Quincy Center and he's out there like Jen and he's getting a divorce from Joanne and shit. Nope, none of those people have seen him either. They all told me he's got to be dead because they didn't believe that he would just take off like that. They didn't even believe he would just take off from me. And I told you there's only one person that I recall that told me he actually saw and spoke to Brian after he left the hospital. And then he's one of the people they must have became concerned because they probably saw him that night and then never saw him again. And so we all went down to the app and that guy was going like tent to tent like he was looking for him. Right, because that was probably the conversation. I was drinking. We were all, I don't know if they were even drinking, but that was probably the conversation. Like, you still haven't seen him? Get it? They may have saw him Sunday after the hospital, after he left the hospital, but then they hadn't seen him again. And then you have some wacko writing stuff on his Facebook page. I mean, clearly all that shit happened after that. Some wacko writing all this shit on a Facebook page, and then his Facebook page is fucking deleted. So yeah, everybody's like, like they feel that these people murdered him. Obviously, I mean, look at the shit they're doing to me. We are all Holocaust victims, so give it a fucking rest. I mean, who is allowed to just murder people and then you just keep going like this and acting like they're not even fucking murdered? Kidnap people, murder people. No one has to answer a question when any of it, no question at all. None of it. No question at all was answered. Get it? Since June, no question at all was answered. I'm not doing it anymore. Right. I'm not in a position right now where I even have to talk to anybody. I already made 2 phone calls to insane fucking monsters at transitional assistance, and I still don't have a fucking food card. So I am done. I'm not beholden to fucking anybody but these 2 people right now in a food pantry. That's it. Obviously, you as fucking deranged animals pick and choose your various fucking punishments with the fake internet shit, but I'm not fucking beholden to you. With the greatest of all due fucking respects. Just, what time did the dude leave the hospital? Don't tell me that. Has he used his fucking SNAP food card? Don't tell me that. I know. Did he show up for court? Can't tell me that. Oh, yeah. Just, okay, well, don't fucking talk to me. Can't do that, but can show up drunk or high out of your fucking mind, and you're supposed to be the fucking governor and talk into a microphone at a fucking St. Patrick's Day parade. And then a guy afterwards, it's the shit on the news, you have to read between the lines, goes, "We are not having another St. Patrick's Day parade." Because there was probably all sorts of fucked up shit that happened that day that we're never fucking told about. They said there was 1 million fucking people on Broadway Street. That's fucking insane. Have you ever been on that street? Okay. How do you, yeah, they fly from all over a fucking planet, and there's people laying on the fucking ground like this that can't even get a fucking food card. Yeah, and your governor is like, "Woo!" And we're done with the Kings. Are we done with the Kings? Where the fuck is Brian Buchanan and Mary LaGore? Are we done with the fucking Kings? I didn't know that was part of maintaining peace and giving deranged animals something to fucking do while we wait for them to die. I didn't know we were all gonna get fucking drunk and high and act like that on a fucking parade as the fucking governor. I didn't know we were doing that. Get it? Just, we're not having another fucking St. Patrick's Day parade. You people can go fuck yourselves. There's your fuck your peace and safety. Shove it up your fucking asshole. Probably kind of much how I felt when I went to fucking Salem and I had to listen to it. They do it on purpose. They're fucking deranged. Oh yeah, and then we're gonna fly here and we've got to go back to the hotel, and they talk real loud and shit. You just go, oh my fucking god. Never in a day would I want to be you fucking people. I know you go, hi Mary, it's Brian. You don't even know if that's even fucking untrue. I am Brian. Heareth? No one gives a fuck. I am Mary, 2 5-star. No one gives a fuck. Okay. Just don't expect us to intermingle with you. That's all. It's the basic shit. Right. It's, what do they call that? An as needed fucking basis, aka we have to do that pretend thing with a bunch of deranged, psychotic fucking animals that are murderers, straight out fucking murderers. This has been going on since February 6th officially. Okay, St. Patrick's Day was after that. All of those homeless people live around the corner from that fucking street. Right? You just go, 1 million people, and you still can't help these fucking three. There was probably 3 people laying on the ground at fucking South Station. Yeah, never having a fucking. You can spend all that fucking money and have your deranged fucking governor and whoever the lieutenant governor up there high as a fucking kite talking like that. But oh, these people are like that because they're fucking drug addicts, huh? Whoa. It's called being morally depraved. All you have to do is tell these things. They don't have to care about something, and there they go, right back to what the fuck they were doing before 2020. Things are going to go back to the way they used to be. No, they're not. You're all fucking dying. Hopefully, they drove 14 dry casts through that fucking parade and poured it out on 1 million fucking people. Actually, 17 years cancer free. What the fuck did that even mean? What did they say to her? Did she just say that out of the fucking air? Like she's gonna beat fucking cancer. That's their answer. You go, oh my fucking God. What do you say to people that are completely depraved? Nothing. You just have to avoid them because your fucking head will blow off your body. They're Jimmy Carter. They're gonna fight fucking cancer. God, they don't care about God, and God doesn't care what they're doing to people. That's why God is to kill them. They have no fear of God within them. Right? They don't think that God cares what they're doing to us. They're that fucking insane. You need to talk to them and then go, oh my God, really? That's how they talk? Yeah. And worse. So, did you guys think that God was saying that all the whites were going to die? Is that why she said it? Maybe that's why she said it, and you're getting half of a fucking conversation where there are a bunch of weirdos there saying fucked up shit, like at Christmas time. Ceasefire, da da da. Okay, I get that you need to yell or something, but like you have nothing. I know I should have just went, but why do it? I'm trying to enjoy a fucking Christmas show. I've been in a fucking dungeon for 13 years, you insane fucks. Try taking the fucking mask off and let me see who the fuck you are. Number one. That's all you have to say is to shout like that and ruin my fucking Christmas? Probably the same fucking assholes demanding half off MBTA fares. There was some asshole there smoking drugs, by the way, right in Boston Common. So you go, I kind of get, I guess, why they're doing it, but I know that you can't fucking win. You really can't win because you go, I get what you're saying. Why the fuck are the cops not telling that person to get the fuck out of Boston Common? Why do you have to have people there screaming like that? How many cops did you have there that night? And you have to have a crowd of people screaming, and you can't go over and get that one guy in the red jacket to leave? That's fucking crazy, yo. The whole thing is fucking crazy. Sometimes God will just make the person leave if you just try to get away from him, right, with the smoking and the drugs, because they do shit on purpose to fucking irritate. And then he probably has his own personal fucking thing because what the fuck is this? Why are you people celebrating Christmas? Because people won't stop shutting off fucking social media. None of that shit would be going on. They're holding the parade because they're keeping people calm while they're being fucking euthanized, dude. Not they're just gonna keep celebrating all this fucking shit. And they can't be held accountable for people that are flying here from fucking East Africa to go to a fucking St. Patrick's Day parade and drink. They're in a fucking kill, kill, kill zone. So I get what you're talking about, and I think I said that on the Facebook at the time, which you clearly can't fucking see because of deranged animals that have nothing to do with fucking peacekeeping. Get it? It's a family event. Is there any way you can just go to the sidewalk while the place is? I've been here other days, dude, and no one's fucking here. Okay. And you're on benches. There's like elderly people here that might want to fucking sit down. You see people bringing in chairs for old people to sit in for tree lighting. I mean, Jesus fuck, who the fuck raised you? That's what I'm talking about. And I know that that's a problem in Boston Common. Has anybody ever just talked to these people in a regular voice? Like, okay, this is the deal. Are you on a protest with that? Okay. It's pretty fucked up that people are still celebrating Christmas. I mean, I'm Merry fucking Christmas, so I get it, but I don't want to smell that. So just so that you know, whatever your cause is about refusing to stop smoking drugs when the place is this crowded with people, they're doing this as a peacekeeping, as people are being killed by thermonuclear weapons. You don't have to worry about what the fuck is wrong with people. I can explain it. It's just they won't stop shutting me the fuck off. I understand your point of view, and their point of view. That's what causes confusion. Not everybody is confused. They will not stop fucking doing it. And they don't like the fact that all it takes is one woman to do exactly that, and the people go, oh, and everybody shuts the fuck up. They don't like that. They want people there fucking screaming. They want people upset at you. They want the cops to come and fucking tackle you. All of that. They want people mad at the cops. And then everybody's yelling. After those couple of trips, I decided I didn't want to partake in it anymore. Probably like the guy who said we're not having a St. Patrick's Day parade again. Because apparently everything shut down because it was so gruesome. And then it was, okay, they're being killed, right? Okay, well, let them have something to do, because if they're starting to get agitated, and again, maybe they'll stop shutting our fucking food cards off. But lo and behold, no, they're not. So there's not a point for these people to keep having fucking entertainment while they're being put down. A million people can't calmly not smash windows and doors, can't calmly inquire to the state of Massachusetts why they are fucking starving people to death with parties and music shows and shit going on. No, it's not. Why is the food not free? A fucking SNAP card is free food. Why are these people not in fucking housing? Why don't they have SNAP food cards? And why don't they have a fucking income? So you'll gather, right, that the topics are getting less and less for a reason. So in a given day, right, in terms of the people that are perpetuating all this, if everybody had an income and everybody had housing and everybody had a SNAP food card, what the fuck would you talk about day to day? You don't want people to have a fucking parade. You don't want people to have ice skating. You don't want people to have a fucking Christmas tree, because you're completely, profoundly fucking insane assholes. Not you can't solve a fucking problem. So thermonuclear weapons are solving all fucking problems on planet Earth. Nothing about a fucking ceasefire. I don't want to hear anything about fucking housing. I don't even want to talk about a fucking SNAP food card. Okay? Still nothing about the effects of being exposed to radioactive material and the cancers. Still nothing. Okay. So when people first started talking about that, right? Was that when the snap cards won't be renewed and the phones won't work and the internet won't work? Is that why? Okay, that's called being in denial, and it doesn't make radioactive material go away, and it doesn't make people come back to life that die from cancer. Refusing to acknowledge that people died and inform people of that doesn't keep those people alive in a safe zone. Just like when you people wouldn't stop it with the fucking face mask and the COVID is real, I'm not playing your fucking games. Because clearly this bullshit with the SNAP food card is an attempt to deflect from fucking reality, which does nothing but keep me a fucking hostage for another year. So that's why I get angry when people are partaking in it. Fucking ceasefire, this, that, and the other. Are you fucking kidding me? You're still gonna keep fucking doing that? Is there a war going on outside of France that we need to fucking attend to? Someone's in the bathroom, but yeah, you just go, mother fucking God. Let me see what this thing tastes like. Remember those cashew things with the figs? It's actually pretty good. It's definitely not a cookie, but no, this one's good. Some of these protein bars are disgusting. It's like it tastes like a chewy granola bar. It's got to have a shit ton of sugar in it. It says it has 1 gram. It's got to have artificial sugars in it. 20 grams of protein. I don't know about eating more than one of these at once. You probably get wicked constipated. Yeah, they're good though. It's a lot of sugar today. Oh, that's right. This one only has 1 gram. That's a lot of what, sucrose something? God. They're hard, but they're good. Probably. Here comes the bodybuilders. What does that tell you? Mm-hmm. Fat dudes. Those ones, those dudes that didn't like those cookies are fat dudes. Yep. Guaranteed. Relax, dudes. It's not like you're actually fat. That's why you're bodybuilders. If you weren't bodybuilders, you'd be fat. You're short, fat guys. So you're short, fat guys that at least are not that lazy. What is that? This doesn't have some sort of energy stuff in it, does it? Like, what's this? Probably should have looked it up ahead of time. What's this other ingredient? My eyesight's so bad. Jesus God, my eyes. Uh-oh. Well, I only ate half of it, so let me see what this is. It's some kind of supplement. Yeah, this is probably not something I want to be eating. Yeah, this is not something I want to be eating. I'm glad I just realized it, but I only eat half the thing. Yeah, just be careful. They were giving these out at the food pantry. I don't do any supplements, yeah. I don't eat anything to promote sleeping. Yeah, that sounds really bad. It's unsafe in pregnancy, but I'm supposed to be eating that. Anyways, people do weird things, I gotta say. But they may not have realized that it had something in it. So, some more of my homemade chocolate sun butter. I'm still waiting to use the bathroom. That was scary. I started having a fucking panic attack. Just what is this? I better look this up before I take another bite of this shit. Lo and behold, right in the trash barrel. I may have to go downstairs and use her bathroom. I've already been waiting a while. So worry about cookies tomorrow. I got a thing of sugar cookies I took out of the freezer that I have to cook, and I got the graham crackers. I also have those oatmeal chocolate chip things. I'm probably gonna get to them. Yeah, anything with energy. It just I don't do herbal supplement. I don't do supplements of any kind, especially like herbs and stuff. No, that is give me complete anxiety attack. Yeah.
She brought out the best in me, and she really changed me for the better. A lot of ways she's been a big hero.
Josiah says she started having seizures and passed away.
It's the living hell.
Dr. Kendra Gray, who specializes in maternal pain medicine, says what caused Courtney's death is known as an embryonic embolism, or EFE. That's when the liquid surrounding the baby in the womb gets into the wrong system.
Oh, you can hear his cars.
Reaction to it, and that allergic reaction causes her to have breathing problems, blood pressure problems, and bleeding problems, which ultimately results in cardiac arrest.
The AFE Foundation says it's a rare complication that happens in 1 out of every 40,000 deliveries in the
Who knows?
US.
Maybe they think they're
Dr.
killing
Gray
me.
says it's unpredictable.
I
There's
give a
not enough
fuck.
research behind it.
This should never happen to anybody. Your best day of your life shouldn't turn into the worst day of your life. It's gonna so hard for my son. Oh my god.
It's just a weird time of the night for that much driving, isn't
Josiah
it?
wants to further his wife's legacy in the form of a possible bill to get more research on AFE and bring more awareness. For now, he's pouring all of his heart to his baby boy, who will grow up feeling the love his mother had for him.
Have a little piece of her with me forever.
Baby Carter almost didn't make it. Josiah says his son had to be resuscitated and taken to the NICU, where he spent several weeks there. And the family has set up a fundraiser to help cover the medical costs. If you would like to help, go to azfamily.com and click the Seen on TV tab. Back to you.
Redfin updates its listings every 2 minutes, so anyone can find a home fast. That's cool. Check that one out.
Explained it. Calling themselves Joe Smith because they're insane and think I'm their wife. That's why they're killing everyone. It's not that killing your entire species is insane, but the reason they're doing it is. That's why they had to get rid of Brian and my children. That's what monkeys do. Explained it. They kill your children so that you will marry them. It's a lot of chocolate. None of that stuff is filling like peanuts are, or even those meals I eat. There's like no fiber in it at all. None. Right, so I guess I'll probably do pasta tomorrow. I might only do 2 days this month. It's seeming sort of flat. That stuff is good, but it might be enough of it for the month. I got chicken breasts I gotta cook too. I have like 2 more drumsticks left, so I could do pasta and drumsticks tomorrow. Then I'm gonna have to start cooking those chicken breasts. Without a dough, are they all gonna stuff their faces with dough, or it's just because they can't eat dough? Probably they're probably fucking diabetics and shit, or fat people. Skinny people can't eat dough now. Remember, that's all you could eat was fucking bread. Now skinny people can't have carbs. That's how it goes. They go back and forth till it's just literal fucking starvation and murder. Just like you've seen over 13, 14, 15 years. It's a progressive insanity. They begin to see more and more that the public doesn't care what they do to us, so they just keep doing more and more, and the public keeps going like this, and then God kills them all. Same shit, different day. Okay, so we'll see if she's gonna move. See if they let you move. Give it a try and see if they actually let you leave.
Okay, wait, I'm obsessed with this. You have a new episode of your podcast, Making Space, just dropped. This may be mine too. Arthur Brooks is a best-selling author. He wrote a book called From Strength to Strength. He talks about people who are navigating their life through its different chapters. There's the learning chapter, then there's the earning chapter, and then there's the wisdom and service chapter kind of thing. Anyway, he wrote that book with Oprah about happiness, and it just caught fire. He teaches a course at Harvard, and it's the one you can't get in. It's all about happiness, and he's explaining to kids. He said that sometimes he says to these kids, this is interesting, who these kids are so afraid of failure. And he said, I want you to close your eyes and visualize something, because he wants them to know what it feels like. He goes, the test scores came out, and you're in the bottom third. What does that feel like? And they let him kind of ouch. He goes, you're about to go out to the job. Your friends have jobs, and you haven't got yours yet. How does that feel? And then he said, then you go home, and you tell your parents, I didn't do well on my grades, and I didn't get a job. And your parents give you pity. And he said that the kids burst into tears. Why? He said, because pity is the worst thing you can give to your child. Oh, you weren't able to do it. Yeah. Instead of saying, I know you. Yes. I've known you since you were 4. Yes. You didn't get that. But it talks about when we think we're poor thinging our child. Yeah. You can nurture and love without pity. Yes. You can embrace because without. You know what it feels like to have a friend. Be like, yes. Oh, he didn't call you. Oh, did that hurt? Yeah. You know, that feels, instead of being like, you're going to find the next one. Please, right. That person. Oh, wait. What? What? You shared some news with him, like you've shared with me. But oh yeah, we're going to be moving. We're moving. I'm moving.
So she's admitting to you the things that I was saying. None of them are nice. That she's admitting it to you. If you ever thought that these people were nice and they were helping you, they're not nice. They're actually trying to be cunts. They're trying to belittle you. She just admitted it. When you show compassion towards a person, she's calling it pity. That's the worst thing you can do to a person. It's probably a set up thing for her because she's monstrously insane. To lessen her abuse on others, because apparently, did she adopt another child now? Okay, so she's adopted 2 children. So when she wants to attack those people, she will pity them, and that's the worst thing she can do to them. Get it? That is why they, quote unquote, help all these women that are drug addicts and stuff that aren't mothers. And they won't, I didn't expect them to, quote unquote, help me, by the way. They don't, quote unquote, help me. I don't need their fucking help. I just need them to die. That is why. That is why they are doing it. They won't do anything for anybody that they do not like feel they're dominating by what they're doing. That is why they're doing it. That is why they treat me the way they do, and they appear to treat others the way they do. They're still being psychopathic to those people. She's just explaining it in a different way. She's admitting it.
Get my kids to another location. But here's, I mean, obviously in the New York area. But what if you were like, I'm moving to California?
Okay, so she thinks she's going to move her children to another location. So We'll see if she actually can do that.
No, but it's interesting because think about how many times you moved in your life. Because you know how you worry about how my kids are going to be.
Within New York City,
But
maybe.
every time I moved in my life, yes, and you moved in yours, yeah, it was like all of a sudden it was a huge adjustment. But the stories I tell about growing in my life come from those. Totally. Not from when I stayed for till fifth grade in Morgantown, West Virginia, but it was the transition when I moved. Well, my parents moved us to Nigeria. When I moved from small market to small market over and over, it's like bonding, severing.
You knew what it was like to walk into a room where you did not recognize one face from the time you were how old?
Yeah, forever. Yeah, forever.
You knew what it was like, and you can do it.
Okay, so she's also admitting that she's psychopathically deranged, and that's why she's moving her children. Get it? How that makes sense to the whole conversation? She just said that she spent her life moving, bonding, severing that bonding, bonding, severing that bonding, as she's talking about moving her own children. These people are monstrously insane. They just talk their brutal insanity like it's fucking normal.
That and the common thread, by the way, about people who work here, is that most people who work here went from school to school, were either like Vicky Wynn moved 100 times, Natalie moved a bunch, you moved a ton, I moved a ton. Like, you watch how people navigate because you've got to be able to.
It also shows how resilient your kids are. I mean, I remember when we moved in the middle of seventh grade.
Oh, that's so.
Okay, so you're making your children resilient. So she's psychopathically deranged too. You're making your children resilient by severing every bond they have and moving them to another area so that they can't make friends, right? Okay.
We'd already had one semester, middle of seventh grade. My mom said she'd never been more proud of us walking in. We had each other, which was a huge benefit.
Okay, so your mother created a tragic event in your life by interrupting your school year and moving you. And then she said she's never been more proud of you. Like, that was an accomplishment in your life. Okay.
To this kind of looked back at her like, walked into the school and just did it. You and your sister
holding hands. We were there.
It's also part of narcissism. But are you able to see how fucking insane these things are? I mean, at first in 2011, when they're told what happened to me and they don't stop what they're doing, not only do they not stop what they're doing, they just, why would you cover any other news story on planet Earth at that time? And it just went on month after month after month after 2008, 2009, 2010 with the foreclosures. They just keep chugging along. And now, I don't know if they ever get to the point of realizing what they just said. Oh, yeah, it's almighty. Some of these people are going to choose to end their own lives. But the nature of what's happening to them is that they don't think there's anything wrong with them. And you go, okay, does it still seem like the world has gone mad around you people and something's wrong with us and we're drug addicts and we have a rabies or we're just angry about something? Did you hear yourself say something about bonding and severing? Then why are you purposely doing that to your children? It builds resiliency. Yeah, we finding out some stuff about Laura Bush that she's obviously deranged.
Together, we had each other. But Arthur Brooks is the king.
Arthur Brooks, you guys. By the way, this is, I think, my favorite episode of Making Space, except for the one I did with you.
Thank you.
Get it where we get your podcast. Click the link in my bio, and you can find it. But it's
Okay.
so amazing.
But at least you had each other. Okay, so when you started out doing this to me in 2011, because clearly you people could have done something to stop it. Okay. When you started out doing this in 2011, um, those were your thoughts in your head at that time. And God is forcing you to admit to yourself and to everybody how mentally insane you are. Okay. So that people don't feel bad for you folks in New York City that are being put down, okay, for treason and crimes against humanity. So some people probably thought it was weird, maybe because this is one of the Bush people's daughters. That doesn't make any difference. Yeah, just these people are not people. They are literal monsters, these people. Okay, so you're finding out things about the Bush family where you go, oh my God, that's sickening. Yeah, I mean, clearly these people know about me, so you go, I don't understand what I'm looking at today. Yeah, like it's probably dementia. Okay. So are people supposed to get angry at that or okay? And then does that deflect away from the actual reality about the thermonuclear weapons and the Virgin Mother and the six children and Brian Buchanan? Is that really deflecting from that? Like 16 years of ignoring the Occupy Wall Street and the illegal foreclosures and a Holocaust? Like in the past, when they did weird stuff and everybody got angry, is it possible they were doing that the entire time? Like, are they starting to feel any bit of uh she seems actually calmer. I don't know if she's being medicated. She went through a period of time where, yeah, she may have major brain loss and that's why she's calmer. She went through a period of time and yeah, like I'm getting this. Do they think that sort of like everybody was sort of angry and now people are calming down and would they're making up another thing where people are sharing stuff about themselves and okay, that's not true. I think with the number of people that are being shut off of the internet and the fact that people are just waiting for them to die might be giving them a false sense of reality. Okay. About what other people are doing in their lives.
Here's what they don't want homeowners in America to know.
So, why doesn't every
Well,
homeowner
it shows a tendency to either promote or actually partake in destroying other people's families. Some people might say the Bush family's notorious for that. Like they actively destroy other people's families, pretend they're not doing it, and then tell themselves that they're perfect and at least they have each other. Like everything that happens within their family. Remember Jeb Bush's daughter, the drug addict? Okay, was it at least they had each other? Like back then, were we supposed to be sympathetic to drug addicts and then at least they had each other? And now you're allowed to sort of force them all to be homeless, call everybody that you Holocaust a drug addict, and lie about the people that you're Holocausting? Because I'm not a drug addict. I'm stone cold sober, as you know, since 2010. Okay. Obviously, in July, for I don't even know, 2 or 3 weeks, I was drinking and smoking cigarettes. And clearly, I haven't been doing that. I think it was probably July or August last time I had a beer. And I stopped smoking on October 1st. It was that easy. Okay. So, and the second that I did that, you shut off my money. So, and now you're trying to stop me again. So, is that intended to get angry commentary? Like, is that a good way to try to deflect from reality right now? Okay. Like, what is her understanding of what's going on? Have her parents not informed her about the nuclear weapons, or have they lost so much brain matter that that was surreal? Yeah, I mean, usually when they say stuff, it's so outrageous that you get angry, but like they just said a whole bunch of insane shit about themselves. Do you get what I'm saying? They mask their whacked outedness easier before, and now God's forcing them to reveal how insane they are, which is refreshing. Like He's not going to let them do that anymore. Even though I think, did they think they were doing it? I know you go, you clearly are aware of me, Mar-a-Lago. It's the Bush family. I know you go, oh my God, okay. So, did you think that you were doing that? Okay. It really just revealed how sick you two people are. And your mother. Okay. Yeah, like they're monsters that God is killing, so I don't think they really do anything else. Like, is that, would they say that they're clinging to that because they know about the extinction at this point? Okay.
Doctors to watch for signs of a serious bacterial infection.
Well, it can be difficult. Like I said, God's gone over this with me. I would not care if they would free me. So, in any way, sense, shape, or form, is it possible that you're keeping me like this and you keep telling yourself that I care about you somehow? Um, like you seem to be, you as a population seem to really flip the fuck out last summer. Is that understood? Like, because I had a fiance, like it seemed like I was moving on somehow with my life, and then you all flip the fuck out. Like nothing else is going to happen, but you all die and don't have a chance of a rebirth at your extinction. So this persistence of, if it seems like I'm not, I don't know, what is it I'm supposed to be doing? Is there any way they can answer that? Am I supposed to be in a constant state of horror? Like you literally will not let me live a life. It's beyond obvious now. It's really shocking. Like I haven't committed any crimes here that I'd be put in jail, by the way. You don't go to jail for assault and battery with the pristine record. Okay, you don't go to jail. All right, so I'm not Susan Adkins. Okay, I'm not Elizabeth Broderick. Okay, I'm not that bodybuilder. What's her name? Kelly Ryan. And you've already been doing this for 13 years. It's been over 13 years. You're still going to go on a television and pretend that I'm not sitting here like this? with the whole planet watching these Today Show clippets. And then what you're saying is clearly intended to hurt me. So you've got to have dementia. Just that's part of the family and stuff that you just keep doing that. You keep, if you just pretend something isn't going on as you're killing someone. Wow. Have they ever like um kidnapped someone in the family Bush home, or the, what is it, Hoda home, in the basement, and starved them in the basement and just acted like they weren't down there? Have you ever done that? You people are fully capable of doing that, obviously. And because you have so much power and money, you've been given security detail to protect you. Uh, has anyone ever found out if they've ever done something like that? Because if this is fun and this is a fun show, I mean, you people have never done that. Like, say that you did it in another country, but you had a closed circuit television that the Bush family sat around watching, like 4 days without water, the Aaron Carter show. How would God Almighty breach that topic with you folks about how damned you are? And there's no them, they with the Almighty Creator. Like, if the whole planet watched this roll out since 2011, with the foreclosure that started in the fall of 2010, um, how do you think people are thinking right now about you folks? Like, weren't you on the hunt for USA Ma the lion? Wasn't that your father that was doing that? Wasn't your father and your grandfather both US presidents here? Okay. Is she like Dick Cheney's daughter that's clearly just, she can't be after all of this. She has to be aware and knowledgeable. Um, that's really deranged. See how it's nice when there's literally nothing else going on? Like aspirin factory bombings called Massencass, Gaza, migrants on the border of Texas. See how nice it is when everyone agrees to stop reporting on that? Like when people finally agreed to stop reporting about these protests, remember that? That were orchestrated and had no meaning. Okay. So they don't want to talk about the effects of being exposed to radioactive material. They don't want to talk about Mary Lagore. And okay, so you're going to talk about that. And you're going to again mention children, and at least you had each other. Okay. And there's no sort of effort at any time to stop this madness with Mary Lagore. Okay.
That's now on the rise. Here to explain, Dr. Ali Raja, Deputy Chair of the Department of Emergency Medicine at Mass General. Good to see you, Dr. Raja.
You too, Eric. All right, Dr. Raj, let's start with this specific.
Well, you can obviously see that these beings can't exist after this cycle. whatever's going to happen to them in terms of evolution, that's not of matter to me. I'm talking about people. I mean, really, I like other species too, but I'm talking about people that this is going on. They can interfere with my life. Do you get what I'm saying? They speak words. You know what I mean? An ant is not running my life where every day they tell me a reality and they tell me I got to pay for an apple and stuff. You just go. You can see that they cannot exist outside of a world. They can never stop doing that. It becomes sad for them. It really does. And the more that people just go, okay, that's not really real. This business about Mary Lagore and these now 6 adults, are they dead? Because you reported to us they were dead. You said there's 6 people, then 7, who's supposed to be Brian Buchanan, and then you said they were dead. Did you tell this woman her children died? Or do you just do it like that free Amir thing? Yeah. Like you have to talk to them like that. Don't ask them if they heard of free Amir. Of course they did. So when you did that free Amir thing to torment my children and then go, aha, it's about this guy, his name is actually Amir and Flint, Michigan. Okay. So when you did that, is that what you're doing with 6 children are dead? How long have the 6 children been dead? Why didn't you inform me they died? Like their mother is not a next of kin? That's different than Brian Buchanan. Because if you're trying to say Brian Buchanan died and no one has seen him or heard from him, but there's no obituary, but he died. That's what it is. He died. He took off. Why would you notify me? We broke up. All that nonsense. How are you explaining reporting to a planet that 6 children are dead when you never informed their mother that 6 kidnapped children have been dead? When you were talking about this Osama bin Laden, does that mean USA Ma the Lion? Was there a confusion about Bobby Sullivan from Quincy and Prescott Bush? Okay. He doesn't live in that. I mean, he doesn't have any survivable offspring, obviously. I'm sure it's probably a wonderment for him because I don't know of any people that I birthed. I mean, I didn't have a prophet go, yeah, so you're Prescott Bush. Right. And I'm sure the dude just goes, these people don't mean anything to me, Mary. Right. Well, that's good. That's the grace of God right there because they shouldn't mean anything to you. It's been a very, very long time being homeless out in the woods. And first, a child you birthed, and your grandson and your great granddaughter. You don't have to have any attachment to these things that obviously deranged. That's pretty damn deranged. That's separate from me, by the way. That's pretty damn deranged. So it's helpful to not sort of give in to a bunch of nonsense during these times because clearly, fuck, it's counsel for the dying. Do they have any cancer diagnosis yet?
Bacteria. Why are health officials so concerned about it? Thanks, Ben. So we're talking about a specific strain of Neisseria meningitis, which is the bacteria that causes meningitis. The CDC just reported that last year, back in 2023, there were 422 cases in the U.S., which was the highest number in a decade. But already, so far this year, we've already seen 143 cases. That's almost double last year. The other weird thing is it typically affects young children or young adults, but this strain seems to be which is the bacteria that causes meningitis. You too, Eric. All right, Dr. Raj, let's start with the specific bacteria. Why are health officials so concerned about it? Thanks, Ben. So we're talking about a specific strain of Neisseria meningitis, which is the bacteria.
Neisseria meningitis. It sounds like Ben and Jerry's ice cream. It sounds like cinnamon Ben and Jerry's ice cream.
That causes meningitis.
Chubby Hubby. Oh, wait, that's something else. Hold on. They're not telling me one just for cinnamon here. They don't have one just cinnamon? Oh, I didn't put it in. That's why. Duh. It's called cinnamon buns. Unilever bought Ben & Jerry's 24 years ago. Now it's exiting the ice cream business. They're going to get rid of Ben & Jerry's ice cream. Okay, let me see what this is.
The CDC just reported that last year, back in 2023, there were 422 cases in the U.S., which was the highest number in a decade. But already, so far this year, we've already seen 143 cases. That's almost double last year. The other weird thing.
I got to go back because you said Nigeria. Now it messed me up. Hold on.
Good to see you, Dr. Raj. You too, Eric. All right, Dr. Raj, let's start with
Nicinium. There we go.
Why are health officials so concerned about it? Thanks, Ben. So we're talking about a specific strain of Neisseria meningitis, which is the bacteria that causes meningitis. The CDC just reported that last year, back in 2023, there were 422 cases in the U.S., which was the highest.
It looks like jewelry, the photograph. It looks like a wicked nice looking blue gem with some sort of things around it, like metal prong things. It does. It totally looks like a piece of jewelry. Yeah, probably because that's the other facet of what happened with Brian. Because he clearly had something going on in his midsection that he didn't have. I mean, we were only together for 6 weeks, right? So I don't know how quickly scabies progresses, but I would know this because I explained it to you. And I thought it was weird at the time, and it probably has something to do with God. Is he was in the library one day and lifted up his shirt so you could see his entire chest, and he had nothing at all going on. He didn't have like rashes, nothing going on at all. And then by the time I took him to Sturdy, when he lifted up his shirt, he clearly had a rash all over his torso. He didn't have that before. 6 weeks is not a long time. It takes a while to break out from scabies when you're exposed to it. Okay, so I questioned if it was even scabies, but I mean, clearly the dude said he was a doctor, looked at it and said it looks like scabies, and they gave him a prescription. And at the train station, he was picking at it, and he's like, "Oh, is this what you're talking about?" Because I said something, I think, about it has like a black dot in the middle. Yeah, like I don't know how it came up. It was something about black dots, and so he did the same thing that Patrick started doing. It's like stop picking at yourself, right? But anyways, it's possible that it was scabies, but it seemed pretty advanced scabies in my opinion. But I'm not a doctor. I know you go. I've had scabies myself, and I probably had it for longer than 6 weeks. But if he's immune compromised, I don't know, man. Just that was, yeah. So I remember this too that I said to him, make sure you tell them about those bruises on your legs. So I don't know if someone was beating him or he kept falling down. Like, usually when people have bruises on their legs, that means something, especially when he's 35, about to be 36, and he's not three. He's not a 3-year-old out playing. He's not a soccer player. Why does he have bruises on his legs? Like, these people don't care the fuck about anything. Get it? Like, are you being repeatedly attacked and raped and beaten and like you're tired of like trying to tell people what's going on with you? Like, what is this? Right. So clearly, if a person has low platelet count, couldn't both of those things happen? I was just looking up this thing because of this meningitis, especially when a dude keeps talking about shower curtains. Yeah, just right. Like, say that he was sick like this and they purposely got rid of me out of a hospital and then lied and all of that. And they're all trying to act like, you get what I'm saying? He leaves a hospital, something happens, he gets taken back to hospital, and then they just, no one ever informs me or his friends of that. These people don't care anything about God, but obviously, if I wasn't shut off of the internet, get it? It's just like anything to do with their news that they talk about. What is going on within your entire this? What's going on with your news media in this that you won't ever, we're in the 14th year of it, you won't discuss what's going on with me. You won't discuss what's going on with Brian. Those are real people. And you just keep having other people on television that you're talking about. So you have to be in some sort of wickedly, like you're still in a denial like this. It's amaze balls. Right. Like, I mean, obviously, how are you ever going to answer how this has gone on? But I mean, I'm not in a waterbed shell, even though these curtains are nice aqua blue. I'm not in a waterbed shell. I mean, seriously to God, just every single day.
It's never in a decade. But already, so far this year, we've already seen 143 cases. That's almost double last year. The other weird thing is it typically affects young children or young adults, but this strain seems to be disproportionately infecting patients who are in the 30 to 60 year range, as well as patients who are Black or have HIV. Okay, so the CDC says some of the symptoms too are.
Okay, Black or HIV. Does it have something to do with lowered immune system? If it's usually children, right? But now it's Black or HIV because if they're Black, they might have cancer. Uh,
Are unusual. So, what are you seeing? Yeah, Eric,
that also makes this trickier. So patients infected with Neisseria meningitis usually have symptoms of meningitis, things like a headache or a really stiff neck. But a lot of the patients that the CDC reported had bloodstream infections instead, and so had more vague symptoms like fevers or fatigue or rashes. And so that makes it much harder to diagnose. And so what the CDC is recommending is that clinicians just have an overall higher suspicion of meningococcal disease for all their patients. As you know, there are meningococcal vaccines available. Do they offer any protection against this specific infection? Yeah, unfortunately they do. So the CDC recommends that people for whom the meningococcal vaccine are recommended, they make sure they get current. So that's all kids ages 11 to 12. They get their primary shot, then they get a booster at 16, and that also includes patients at higher risk, like those with HIV, who typically get a primary series and then boosters every 3 to 5 years.
Is this so that they'll just be sent home with antibiotics? Okay, it might be. Because meningitis causes symptoms that are similar to septic symptoms and low platelets, like those rashes. Like people probably get a certain rash that they know isn't normal, right? Like it's just something within your nose that's not good, right? So yeah, um, that's probably what they're doing. They're probably just like making up all these various things so that people don't flip out in hospitals, I guess. Um, yeah, usually once the person is dead, you're just sort of focused on that, I guess, and you're not.
The great news, Ben, is that for this strain that the CDC just described, first line antibiotics still work well. So once it's diagnosed, it's treatable. Dr. Ali Raja.
Right, so they can probably get them out of a hospital and they're not like, oh no, 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 and da 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 da, and arguing everything. Uh, I'm sure they're used to dealing with people that are dying, right? I mean, yeah, maybe have the thing with the, well, have you seen this? That's why you're not supposed to be blocking me. Have you seen this? You don't have one of those in your room? Okay, well, I'm sure there's a bunch of people like the Bush family that would hope that my gondola would take me to the underworld uh, real quick because otherwise things are obviously slowing down day to day to day and just so what's the deal? No, you're most certainly not being forgiven. It's your total and complete extinction from planet Earth. Okay, here's another one. What's this?
For the last 2 decades,
What you're doing is actually not helpful because you people are so separated from God Almighty. You don't understand the pulse of the nation, as you call it. Okay. Um, why are you still lying to them about the nuclear weapons and the cancer? Because they want to go on a journey and they like it when there's other people all over the TV and the internet that they can talk to, and you need to stop this business and let my species have fun while your species gets to comfort each other and stuff. Some people are socially isolated, but they have the internet. So you need to cut the bullshit. Right, they need to know what's going on so that they can seek out social groups and stuff and be comforted and have support systems and stop trying to isolate everybody on a lockdown. and try to make me your friend, which is never going to happen. Just 100% never coming back from this. It was bad enough with the children, but this business with Brian is definitely the final straw. I told you that over the summer. I think the other thing too that is frightening about this business with Brian is the whole planet can see you did this again. Okay, so there's literally no stopping you with this insanity with me. Okay, it's fucking gross. I think in some respects they don't want to know who you people are. I think they know you have to be people in the military. Right. And you just go, this is so fucking disgusting and evil and bad. No shit. They can't explain to you Operation Pillar Cloud or the Pope quitting. Just even those two things they cannot explain. Okay? And it's fucking 2024. And now I don't even have an active fucking snap card. Or they're blocking phone calls and texts. It's like way beyond blocking fucking social media. Like there was ever a cause or a authority to be doing that. And then obviously they fucking did something with Brian Buchanan. I've mentioned it a bunch of times. I've been back out to Quincy. Even the cops didn't know where the fuck he was. And then asking me if my vagina is shaved in an internet prison. So apparently, she probably, if that's her father in there or her mother doing that, that wouldn't be something that would surprise her, that Jenna Bush person. Right, because why wouldn't she be all over the voice that she has on a television after 13 years going, I just want to take this time that I have. Remember when George Papad flipped out on password? Okay. I just want to take this time I have. I would really like to ask the public if they know anything about a woman named Mary Lagore and her 6 kidnapped children, and specifically a man named Brian Buchanan that's been missing from Quincy, Massachusetts since June of 2023. Get it? Why am I able to keep doing that on an internet, but these people can't do it on a television or the internet or outside or to her own father or her own mother? So making people disappear, destroying people's families, um, turning homemakers into Holocaust victims that you won't even give a telephone to apparently is normal within the Bush family and whoever this Hoda person is. So normal that into year 14, they're still talking that on a television. After like 8 billion people had their fucking story told all over the internet and the television.
We have been the best kept secret of the supplement industry. We've kept our heads down and worked. If you're standing on the shoreline or swimming,
don't they want to share their truth and then reunify with the rest of their clan groups?
the water, you may not know what lives in the sand. Now, as the weather warms up, one family has a warning about the danger that lurks underneath.
Don't ever say it can never happen to me, because that's what we say.
24-year-old Beth Knight looked to beat the heat at the lake with her 2 kids back in 2015, but days later, she was fighting for her life.
So from the time she was exposed to my water, from the time she passed away, it was less than 6 weeks.
Knight was told she had a migraine, then meningitis.
I was misdiagnosed with that as well.
Her family later learned she was battling a brain-eating amoeba.
It's one of those 3 major organisms that you never want to come in contact with, if possible, in the category of Ebola, rabies. It will get into the sinuses and then it will kind of crawl up into the brain. And it really likes our brains, and so it'll actually cause a lot of damage.
Fatal in nearly every case and found in freshwater lakes and hot springs, or sometimes even neti pots if distilled water isn't used. Knight's family now wants to raise awareness ahead of days spent in the lake, saying when the water is 80 degrees or warmer, the amoeba thrives.
We don't really know actually the occurrence of this because this was diagnosed almost every single time.
For a nose plug, if you're going to go in the water, do not be on the shallow end when it's really warm.
The family says they're pushing for signs to be put up at lakes warning swimmers if amoeba is present, and for more research and drugs to help save lives.
I'm not saying don't go out and enjoy the water. Don't go out and enjoy it, please. Do you just be aware and take precautions because it only took. We've been at that like 100 million times. I only took that once.
Elise Jones, KOCO 5 News.
That does come up every once in a while.
Swirling after an 8-year-old boy dies and several others get sick after eating strawberries at a school fundraiser.
I know I have strawberries I have to eat.
Kelsey Kernstein is back. Kelsey, you've been digging into this story. What do investigators believe was wrong with those strawberries?
Yeah, hey there, Marky. This really is a terrible situation happening in a very tiny town. What we're learning is that medical examiners are calling this an isolated incident caused by an allergic reaction. However, we do know that these strawberries are being tested right now. It is all to make sure it wasn't something else that led to the boy's death.
Everything right now points to allergic reaction or anaphylactic shock. But again, this is all preliminary. Sometimes it's just quick pain. Those final results will be in about 7 weeks.
What makes this story really bizarre and it's raising a lot of questions right now. Police say that the hospital staff told them that other kids came into the clinic with rashes and other allergic reactions after eating those very same strawberries. Here's what we know happened. The 8-year-old boy ate several strawberries at the school fundraiser in Madison, Kentucky on Thursday night. Then the boy's parents noticed their son was having an allergic reaction, so they then took him to the emergency room. He was discharged a couple of hours later. But that following morning, when his parents tried to wake him up for school, they realized he was not breathing. Now, there's very limited research out there about strawberry allergies, but a study from the New York Allergy and Sinus Center found that 3 to 4% of children 2 years old and under were allergic to strawberries. That percentage then dropped below 1% later in childhood and adulthood. Now, the health department says that until the tests come back, they will not know exactly what caused the boy's death. But for now, the schools in the area, they have been told to throw out those strawberries.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. Also, don't forget to questions swirling after an 8-year-old boy dies and several others get sick after eating strawberries at a school fundraiser. This all happened in Kentucky. News Nation's Kelsey Kernstein is back. Kelsey, you've been digging into this story. What do investigators believe was wrong with those strawberries? Questions swirling after an 8-year-old boy dies and several others get sick after eating strawberries at a school fundraiser. This all happened in Kentucky. News Nation's Kelsey Kernstein is back. Kelsey, you've been digging into this story. What do investigators believe was wrong with those strawberries?
Yeah, hey there, Marky. This really is a terrible situation happening in a very tiny town. What we're learning is that medical examiners are calling this an isolated incident caused by an allergic reaction. However, we do know that these strawberries are being tested right now. It is all to make sure it wasn't something else that led to the boy's death.
Everything right now points to an allergic reaction or anaphylactic shock. But again, this is all preliminary, and I'll talk.
Might be some sort of cross contamination because with a lowered immune system, some people are. But I mean, they're saying that it seemed like he had an allergic reaction. How were they sick? The ones that were sick, were they vomiting? Did they give them something when they went to a doctor or hospital? Did they give them something and then the child had a reaction to what they gave everybody? Yeah, I mean, if everyone's got a lowered immune system and there was something in strawberries like a cross contamination, except for the fact that, unless they're just messing it up by saying that, except for the fact that they said something about anaphylactic shock. Oh. I wouldn't think E. coli, but unless it's like some sort of cross contamination, which is pretty gross. Some people don't really know to keep fresh fruits and vegetables away from like meat and fish and poultry. Some people don't know that. And that you have to wash your hands after handling meat and fish and poultry before touching fruit and vegetables. Um, that's why it's like, what type of sick? Because I was wondering that about what was going on at the shelter. If there was someone with hepatitis A that kept getting everybody sick because they weren't washing their hands. People thought maybe it was the chicken. It's possible that when they were handling the chicken, they were cross contaminating onto other foods and not washing their hands. Not like the chicken wasn't cooked or the chicken was bad. They said they thought it happened the last time that they cooked chicken. Um, did they say rashes in the thing? Oh.
What makes this story really bizarre and it's raising a lot of questions right now, police say that the hospital staff told them that other kids came into the clinic with rashes and other allergic reactions after eating those very same strawberries. Here's what we know happened. The 8-year-old boy ate several strawberries at the school fundraiser in Madisonville, Kentucky.
Rashes and allergic reactions. Was it outside the school fundraiser? What do they mean by allergic reactions other than the rashes? Like, did they have swollen lips and stuff and eyes? Because you can get that from exposure to radioactive material. I found that out in 2022. I think it's probably the fallout because people were told to decontaminate when they're outside, which means you need to wash when you're outside, wash your face. If you're not wearing a head cover, and in particular, you need to wash your hair. You need to take a shower and change your clothes after being outside, especially if it was raining or it was wicked humid that day or snowing, right? I think it's worse in when it's humid because it collects it and then that gets on you. It's just something I've noticed because I do a lot of walking. Do a lot of walking. I've had radiation hives. I've had swollen lips, uh, swollen eyes. I had this thing in my eye, which is better, but it's not completely gone. Um, it's been a while now, but they said it can take a while to go away. So I'm not really that concerned. It's not getting bigger. It's not itchy or anything. It's not sore. It's not affecting my vision. So it freaked me out at first because I didn't know if it was my eyeball. Right. That's why it freaked me out. And it was just like it said, it started out sore and then like really sore. And then it was like immediately like the next day or something, it didn't even hurt anymore. But it's still like there. But it was freaking me out because I was like, is that my eye? Is that my lid? Or that's in like my eyeball bulging like that? Freaky. All right. So I don't know. I think they have stuff like that in India for some reason. I don't know if it's because it's so sunny over there. I don't know. Just they spend a lot of time screaming at people. It was right after I had to scream at that dude too. So I was like, did that person actually just cause me to burst, like give myself a varicose vein in my eyeball from screaming? That is pretty bad. You people need to stay away from me. Um, Yeah, so that's why I was wondering. Allergic reaction, strawberries. It's probably not from the strawberries, but I'm not a doctor. If the doctor said it was from the strawberries, then um, yeah, I could see people being allergic to something. But I mean, the same school, A small, that's a small town like that. If it's a rare allergy, is it possible? Were they not washed? Is it possible it was a chemical on the strawberries? Um, yeah, I gotta wash those things and start eating them probably tomorrow. It's kind of a big container too. um, had they children never had strawberries in their life before at 8 years old? I guess that's possible, but you can develop allergies. There could have been like chemicals on it, but it's possible it's radiation. Like, some of these cancers will knock you out real quick when you're not being screened all the time. So, um, well, yeah, I definitely don't want to belittle people's loss. I don't ever want to turn into that. It's just, um, it's an extinction, so it's not a punishment by God. Okay, I explained the use of the thermonuclear weapons. Like, for one, you have people that are deranged. Okay, they're murderously insane, so they've got to be put down and they're spread out all over the place. Okay, and then if people are having a brain plague, they may die from starvation. Okay, so um, that's what I would say. I don't really believe that God functions like that in terms of punishment. I don't believe in karma, right? Even if people were sort of like bad people, I don't believe that stuff happens to people because they did something in a previous. I absolutely don't believe that. I think um, if God had issues like that, a person goes over that at the end of their life course. Um, so, me, myself, I don't think that human beings do certain behaviors. And sometimes when they do whacked out stuff like Jeffrey and Richard, there's actually like kind of a reasons why. And people have sort of wicked bad upbringings and mixed brains and reduced brains and stuff. And when in a rebirth, they don't have those problems anymore. So that's why I don't believe in it. Like, it's a basic sort of human beings are born a certain way because they're programmed as a species, and Neanderthals are born a certain way. And I think honestly, Neanderthals are much more subject to criminal behavior when they have abnormalities in their brain and have a bad upbringing. Okay, because they don't have the psyche that a human being has. So they don't really recover as good as human beings, and they don't like psychotherapy as a whole. Okay, so I don't believe that God is sort of like ignorant of what every being is doing. It doesn't mean that's good, but it's never like a punishment. So eventually, everybody's gonna have to die at some point. So again, just to reiterate people about vasectomies and that there's an extinction going on, especially when you know you're not a human being. Okay, so if you don't want to suffer these losses, uh, right, it's just not a good time to be having children. It, obviously, if you believe you're a human being, how is a human being on this land piece going to have a child? Okay, so that's a definite problem. So I'm not really sure it's a good idea for anyone on this land piece to try to have children right now. Hopefully, it's different in other parts of the planet. And if it's not, God's going to make it different real quick because otherwise, we wouldn't have any people. No one will be reproducing if something isn't done too sweet. It's already been going on for 16 years, so it has to be put to a stop. Okay, so it's not really like a tit for tat. I don't do that. I don't believe God does it. Okay, it's just, um, somebody has to be the end of the thing, right? So if people are done with trying to have children, okay, and it's like an indicator that there's a reduction in a population, right? Then people could have lived 80 years. That's what I'm explaining. So it it's just your species won't do it. There's something within you where what do you do with your life if you're not even children? And you don't believe you're the people that are supposed to stop having children, even though you clearly did in Exodus 20. I'm clearly not freed, but you're supposed to have children. So it's just a problem with people here. 2 5-star Mary isn't supposed to have children, but you are. So there's nothing else I can say to that. Just I let God speak for himself as you people sicken and die around me. Okay, just the greatest of respects due. So um, but I mean, I was going to try to, I was trying to figure out what they meant by allergies. So I don't know if that's what they meant. Um, if you don't know like weird stuff that's going on with people, just maybe ask.
Thursday night, then the boy's parents noticed their son was having an allergic reaction, so they then took him to the emergency room. He was discharged a couple of hours later. But that following morning, when his parents tried to wake him up for school, they realized he was not breathing.
Oh, okay. So he went home and like they all the children. Was he the only one that went to the hospital? Okay. No, they said there was a bunch of them at the hospital, right? Okay. Um. Yeah. So you can't really get mad at the people at the hospital. Yeah. It's palliative care. So did they give him something? Okay. Yeah, you definitely don't want an 8-year-old to suffer. That's really sort of well, yeah, like the parents might have actually known and they're discussing again what, suggested in terms of children. Right. It's just don't give me sleepy time protein bars. I had like a panic attack. That's what happens. It said energy on it, and I was like, I better look. Wait a minute. This much protein, this much sugar. What is this? Oh, wait a minute. This is a word of something like it's 300 grams or something. I better find out what this word means. That's what happened with the energy crystal light. Except I went, why am I having a panic attack? I knew what it was. And then I looked at the thing and some like God, it's probably God. Something made me look at the crystal light and it said energy. And I go, oh my God, energy. That's what it is. Something in it. Cannot do. I don't feel right giving them to another person. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't give those to children. Like an adult that knows and doesn't care and has eaten 4 boxes of them already, maybe, but they do taste really good. Yeah, protein bars usually taste gross too. Why'd you guys have to put that in that? You couldn't just make it like that without that? What's a carrotry? No, I'm just kidding. Bounce, bounce, bounce. I'm brand new. That was so funny when Brian took. I'm sorry, he probably didn't even do it, but like sometimes my recall of stuff when he took out the chicken leg and went. and stuff. So I suppose I'm supposed to talk about this bachelor story and you'll finally start making it pop up. Okay. So Bachelor Joey Grazadali and Kelsey Anderson are engaged, in case everybody didn't know that. So that when I put in Good Morning America, that won't pop up again. That's been there a lot longer than 4 days. Okay. So when you do that, am I supposed to do like, am I supposed to get angry and that deflects from a conversation about the effects of being exposed to radioactive material, all the people dying from cancer, and what you've done to me? Is that supposed to deflect from that? There's not a possible way that any people on earth are that psychopathic and sadistically insane. Okay. So you made Brian Buchanan disappear. You wrote on a comment in an internet prison after making sure that a Facebook page he wasn't even using, say he died and I was still engaged to him. You made sure his page was deleted. And then you went into this Facebook platform to make sure I wasn't engaged to him on Facebook anymore. And then you left a comment, are you engaged to Brian? Okay. So when you put this, is that to try to deflect away from reality by people getting angry about that? And then is there a bunch of screaming and yelling about that and being upset? Because this stuff's been going on since 2011. And it used to be people coming out, and that supposedly was an excuse to block everybody off of the internet when we were trying to go to the media for help because we were being attacked in our own land piece and holocausted. And the government people will not stop doing it or help us, whatever you call it. And your media won't talk about it. And then you people went on the internet and shut us all off. So is that to try to deflect from reality, or because clearly Almighty God made me do this in 2011 because you were already attacking your own people in 2008? And now it's been another 13 years. So that's a long time to keep trying to ignore a Holocaust here and act like something else is going on. And now you're trying to ignore a dying off of your people. It's like, and the thing is not only are you ignoring a dying off of your people, but you're still attacking them. You're still attacking me. You're still attacking them. So you're still saying weird stuff. You're flashing weird stuff in the internet prisons. So is that to deflect away from your counsel for the dying that I told you you were getting starting over the summer when you did something to Brian Buchanan, my fiance? And you thought that I was the next Aaron Carter. That's what you stated at that time. And you thought that there was going to be stories and you were going to write stories off of what I was talking about and stuff when it's counsel for the dying. I get tired of asking questions that to me don't really make any sense. There's so many of them and they won't answer a question. Just um it's a thing that you do, but it's like so, to the point of so grotesque now. It's you got rid of my fiance and made me not engage him on Facebook. So you're clearly putting a Good Morning America story here because of that. Like the people that made up the story, I believe they did it on purpose too. Yes, absolutely. It's some sort of grotesque animal behavior of mirroring back and mocking, but it's just so depraved and insane. You take something away from me first and then display that you have it or you're doing it. It's monstrously insane. Right? Like, there's not any other way to explain it to you people that you're really profoundly mentally ill. So, I don't know if you people have medical directives. There was a man, was it last night, who is, I believe he's approaching the end of his life because he has cancer, and he was talking about Jenny Apple, who died from lung cancer and did a whole video blog over 2 years from diagnosis to dying so that we'd have all of that to reference. And he was talking about making up a list. It was a suggestion of a list he made for himself, and he shared it with Jenny Apple and her husband before she died. And now I forgot what I was going to say. I know it said like will and I don't. Was I just saying something about? Is that a deflection from those types of conversations? Oh, the medical directors. So I don't know if you have a medical directive. Was that number 2 or 3? Have a medical, an advanced directive? Okay. Have an advanced directive, right? So, yeah, like it's just, I think most people, if they're, you know, profoundly mentally ill, they want some sort of plan for themselves. Obviously, I'm trying to get the people who are keeping me hostage to agree to end their own lives because they're not able to stop doing it. Obviously, they cannot figure out how to stop doing it. It's clearly a profound insanity. They cannot figure out how to stop encasing a woman in an internet prison and shutting off her people calling or texting her. They can't figure out how to stop doing it. Okay. So people can't figure out how to give me housing, give me a stipend, and stop shutting it off and stealing it out. They can't figure out how to stop shutting off a SNAP food card. So, I mean, those are all criminal acts. They couldn't figure out what to do about someone kidnapped my children and was threatening their lives. They couldn't figure out what to do about it. But they seem to be able to figure out to do all sorts of other things. It's like a madness. They can't figure out how to find out what happened to Brian Buchanan. How is anybody in the country getting an income? Okay, so that's clearly being done purposely. And you can't figure out how to stop doing it, right? Okay, you can't figure out how to go bloop and remove an application. You can't figure out how to stop doing it. It's just, it really is coming to that. It's just so weird and bizarre. Just, we're going to bury an 8-year-old in the ground. This has been going on. We're in the 14th year of it. And you go, well, yeah, now an 8-year-old's dead. Now a 27-year-old's dead. Yeah, you just go, what in the holy hell? It's just, to me, a weird thing, but clearly God has been counseling you people greatly. So I would say this business right here, it's just, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, a lot of you people are married and stuff. It does not make any sense, but you're trying to deflect from reality and have a constant screaming fight. How does that get me freed? How does that get you to stop blocking my communications? How does that happen? There is no meaning to your lockdown. It's part of dementia. Right, because what would your lockdown have to do with me having a boyfriend? That's how we all know. The whole planet knows after the summer that anything else that you people are saying is not true, even if you yourselves still think it is. What does a lockdown have to do with me having a boyfriend and a fiance and another husband? What does that have to do with that? That is pretty mentally insane. So, anyway, even that in itself could be part of trying to distract from counsel for the dying. So, again, I'm not sure if you people have medical directives. This Havana syndrome thing might be a good way to get some of these criminals to quote unquote stop working. If they think that it's a joke that they can defraud the government with to do early retirement or go on medical leave and get double what they were being paid as long as they stop working. That's probably a good way to begin trying again to get some of these criminals to stop quote unquote working. And by work, I mean hacking into DTA office computers and pretending you're a regular US citizen and shutting off my money. And that's why you don't access spy machine equipment anymore. And why you don't pulse my phone and intercept all my emails. Because you have Havana syndrome in your brain. And then finally do something with all that money. Take a trip around the planet. Take one of those 90-day cruises. Things like that. I don't get it myself, to be honest with you. Um, why Oz would want to just keep doing that, I don't understand it. It's one thing if anons want to keep writing stories. Anons are not intercepting my phone calls and emails and shutting off social media and shutting off my Snap card, shutting off my income, stealing $600 remaining on the income, denying me housing, kidnapping my children, murdering them, kidnapping my fiance, he's missing. Anons are not doing that. So I can't understand why Oz would want to keep doing that. It's just really weird to me. But clearly, these are extremely weird people. Why would you ever exodus your world of just doing whatever to be focusing on terrorizing me and me, 6 children, 1 man on earth? That's all you want to do is terrorize 7 people with your lives night and day for 14 years? That's pretty fucking insane. You have the world power and wealth, and that's what you want to do. There's some sort of disconnect going on there for sure. Jesus Christ, man. Take a vacation. That's why they were lipoing you people for years to try to get you to stop your madness. So, anyway, distractions from your medical directives. At least we have each other. Remember that? We just watched it. So that's how wickedly insane people talk. Yeah, I mean, everything that we did was psychotic and insane, but at least we did it together. Just whoa. So that's why all your hostages are in separate rooms with no guests at all, and then no phone calls in and out. Okay. And they're not allowed to ride the T. They're on stay away orders. Okay. Probably. Time for bed. Time to get sleepy. Did it seem like something was going to happen when you finally shut everybody off of the internet and social media? Did it seem like some big event was going to happen, like the other things that never amounted to anything? It's dementia. That's why you won't stop doing lockdowns on people.
Charlie, I'm ready.
Maybe you're not gonna believe this. There are two guys out in the yard. I think they're carrying a coffin.
Sure. And they're on the movers, right?
Yes, Jerry.
So am I. You want to make love or not?
Amy, quick, come here. You gotta see this. Amy! Okay. Maybe it wasn't a coffin, but I did see two guys carrying something into that house.
I don't understand you. First you want to make love, and then you don't. Maybe. Are they?
Nothing on. We hear you too.
Are you kids having a lover's spat?
Nothing like that.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it. It says right here that the divorce rate is 76% higher among couples who don't argue before marriage.
Mom, we're in high school.
Well, then let's plan ahead.
Right, you're in high school, and some director is saying that high school children have sex.
Yes, Mrs. Brewster.
That's how sick your fucking people are.
Good night, Charlie.
Good night.
Why can't they make a film where these people are just high school students not having fucking sex? Like children. Or why can't they be college students at least having sex outside of wedlock? Why do they have to be fucking children doing it? Get it? Stop making them be high school students or stop talking about fucking sex in a film. It's fucking grotesque. It's an otherwise decent film. I don't believe in this disgusting shit with Neanderthals where that's just something that everybody does and it's funny and you do things behind your parents' back and shit. It's fucking gross. And you make an internet prison and you refuse to stop telling a woman and asking her if her fucking vagina is shaved. And that's normal, and a whole fucking population allows it to go on for 13 plus fucking years as God kills them all. Remember when people used to pretend that they cared about fucking online bullying and cyber stalking and overreaches by your fucking government? Remember that? All a bunch of fucking horse shit. You cared about people being put in foreign fucking prison, abuses to women and children. You cared about a fucking burqa, but you don't care about this. So anyway, some more fucking YouTube videos about your dying off, and then I'm supposed to fucking feel bad for you. Okay. Thanks for the reminder. Well, the 8-year-old is not survivable. It's just like the other one. That one died, right? That was allergic to strawberries. Here's one, right? Where people will completely stop listening to anything you fucking say. Okay. Like this thing about two people being accused of aiding a man who fatally shot his brother in a Brockton home. Better be a real fucking story. Better be real fucking news.
That killed 27-year-old Cedric Abreu. Prosecutors say surveillance video from the shooting scene on Cooper Avenue shows the mother gives suspect Jeremiah Abreu a gun. When Abreu exits
reports also shows that Mr. Exited the residence. It appears that he gave the firearm to his reasons.
They say De Jesus is then seen placing the item in the back of an SUV. Attorneys for both defendants say that they participate in the nature of what happened, and the gun was never recovered.
The officers pursued my client, who's been released, and after remaining on scene for over an hour without me, stopped the car. They don't locate.
So where are these videos coming from? Do the neighbors have video surveillance going on? Is it coming from the light system? Is it coming from satellites? Right, like it might be a way of revealing that these people have video monitors in a neighborhood, in case people didn't know that. It says they have surveillance videos. How do they have surveillance videos? And you're talking about an actual firearm that shoots bullets?
Police are still searching for the alleged shooter, 20-year-old Jeremiah Abreu. Officials say he and the model are brothers to the victim. Family and friends are worried.
Right, because I really the news is news. I'm not saying that, but news is news. So I hope it's real news, because I was trying to figure out if you people were talking about people being shot and like with the lethal injection because they have cancer. Get it? Okay, and then obviously they've got to get arrested and go to court if they're killing people. They're not cops in the military. And you're shooting your own fucking brother. Okay, well, there you go. I know, just you have to have your laws enforced during the rest of the Passover. You were told that anything where people were on traffic has been long since over. Yeah, just I'm sure the person knew they were going to get arrested and go to jail for shooting someone, right? And you're not the military, you're not the police. Does the person work for the SNAP office? Those are usually females, but those are the type of things I want to know as a person living here. Just as your hostage. Well, I would think there's time enough in a day to report that, but to also find out if anyone in Massachusetts has cancer. But as a reporter, right, how are you going to find that out? Because they shut off everyone's social media. Because clearly, as a reporter, people can go to social media to tell you things, right? So it's not even your fault. And then basically, we're back to the only news you're getting is from your police officers. And I don't know if it's the police officers doing. I don't see how this is the police officers doing that. Get it? I mean, that makes for not a good situation. The general public cannot report news. It's not really even about sinister stuff. It's just, this is fucking crazy and ridiculous. The only news that's ever going to exist is crimes where the police are called and they arrest somebody. I guess that's again another good distraction from what the fuck? What are the effects of being exposed to radioactive material? And what's going on with the people with the cancers that have been destroying fucking America and keeping me hostage? No, not it's going to start screaming fights, because again, that's a distraction from holding people hostage on a 5-year lockdown. Screaming and yelling and stuff is what these people are addicted to. Remember that? I don't want to get into, we're back in a lockdown and all we hear about is police shooting people. Remember that? Someone's getting shot, the police are there, shots, the police shots, police shot, shots, police hot, shot. I know you just go, this is, eventually the police and the reporters will have enough of it, I'm sure. Right? Just, this is fucking crazy. This is worse than 2020. The effects of being exposed to radioactive material in the people with the cancer. Because clearly there's a complete inability to simply deal with me, 6 kidnapped fucking children presumed dead, and 1 Brian Buchanan. This is Massachusetts, right? Not Florida. I applied for a fucking income 50 times, housing, and a SNAP food card in Massachusetts, right? You have a fucking man that's been missing since June in Massachusetts, right? Thank you. Since Florida is another fucking country. And it doesn't matter that someone kidnapped my fucking children. So what's important today? Someone got shot in Brockton. Is that ionizing radiation related or breathing in radioactive particles? The demands where you're supposed to fucking free me and not you yourselves do another fucking lockdown and start talking about bullshit again? Not tell people to starve me. Yeah, this is what we're all doing now. We're starving people in Gaza. And watch that play out. This is why people demanded for shit to open back up again. Could you imagine? They would still be doing that. If they weren't forced to get vaccines, half of your country would be dead from starvation already. They will not stop this fucking insanity with the lockdown. It's complete dementia. It serves no purpose at all. And then they sit there watching everybody in an internet prison. So anyway, another day, Counsel for the Dying. So there was some good points brought up about the Bush family being completely deranged. Some things that we didn't know about them, how sick they are.